never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Alrighty then, I guess that means it's my turn again. Raspy voice and all. But away we go. Here's my opening comment. Sure don't feel like hump day. Then again, it don't feel like Monday. But we are making our way into a Wednesday hump day. What will that be? 8th day of September coming on. Guess I can say hope your week's off to a good start. As we just close out the Labor Day weekend, the long holiday weekend made it through a Tuesday. And time zone to time zone, here comes a Wednesday. I'm looking at some showers and thunderstorms out there right through the southern portions of Indiana. Yeah, a line that extends from east of Indianapolis over to, right along I-70. Into western portions of Ohio. Most of that's light to moderate rain. A little further south, and you've got some heavier rains. Maybe a little bit of lightning in the mix, thunderstorms. Not really seeing much as far as anything severe. But that line of showers and thunderstorms extending from Shelbyville to Bloomington, all the way back into Effingham, Illinois, and even a little further west of Effingham, as a matter of fact. Put things in motion. It's all pushing off to the east and dropping off to the southeast. I don't think we're anticipating any winds tonight, are we? I didn't take my canopy down. Might need to do that. I think it was last summer. we had gone out one afternoon, came home. The canopy that was out the front driveway in front of our home, it wasn't there. Where'd the canopy go? It was in the pool in the backyard. Yeah. Winds picked her up and hauled her off. But meanwhile, elsewhere around the country, we are going to be talking about some concerns, weather issues, potentially flooding, right on the heels of Ida that swept from the southeastern USA all the way up into the northeastern USA. And actually, both of those regions could be looking at some flooding concerns over the coming days. Starting things off with an area of disturbed weather drifting northward over the Gulf of Mexico that indeed has the potential to develop into an organized tropical system. Torrential downpours, parts of the storm-ravaged Gulf Coast, maybe starting later today, as a matter of fact. Now, the good news for those recovering from Ida is that another powerful hurricane does not appear likely to develop. Unfortunately, though, flooding downpours are expected for some of the hardest-hit areas, whether or not a tropical depression or a tropical storm takes shape. Flash flood watches are in place for parts of Louisiana, including the New Orleans area and Homa, which were hit hard by Ida. We're looking at still more than 495,000 customers were without power this past day. 8 days, well, rolling into 9 days now, after Ida made landfall. It's a rather broad area of disorganized clouds, showers, thunderstorms, still dubbed Invest 91L by the Hurricane Center. It's been kind of bubbling up and then dissipating, and back and forth it goes, waxing and waning over the southern Gulf of Mexico. More grouping of the shower and thunderstorms was apparent on satellite imagery later Monday into Tuesday. Now, that low pressure is forecast to approach the area stretching from Louisiana to the Florida Panhandle later today and into Thursday. Wind shear is expected to relax a bit as that low pressure approaches the northeastern Gulf Coast. There will be a short time, a small window for organization that's going to open up here midweek. That's still considered a low chance of development, continuing overnight tonight. And even if the center of the low pressure drifts over some of the marshy coastal land for a while, forecasters say that same system will have an opportunity to organize and actually gain strength once crossing Florida, reaching the waters along the coast of northeast Florida to the Carolinas late this week, as that low drifts off the coast of northeast Florida and Georgia and moves over the Atlantic between the U.S. and Bermuda Friday through next weekend. The chance of development is actually going to increase, 40 to 60%. Steering winds should keep this low pressure pushing away northward, not too far north along the Atlantic coast this weekend. So we could see some downpours expanding northward along the Carolina coasts for a time into Friday and maybe even early Saturday. Just ahead of a new dip in the jet stream that should push this thing further out to sea. Now, regardless of how far to the north the rain advances this week along the Atlantic coast, seas and surf are going to be rough. And that's from the swells propagating out from Hurricane Larry, powerful Hurricane Larry. Still a major hurricane, Category 3, with the amount of moisture that's going to increase in proximity to that low pressure. While it's over the Gulf of Mexico, downpours may become more intense enough to lead to incidents of flash flooding. Southeastern Louisiana, southern Mississippi, southern Alabama, and maybe even southern Georgia, northern Florida. Between now and the end of this week, generally 1 to 3 inches of rainfall. Some areas with the heavier rains could see up to 5 inches of rain. Rain could unfold should the system ramp up to a tropical depression or tropical storm before pushing eastward across northern Florida. If it does develop and takes a name, Mindy. Mindy will be the next name on the list, but they're already advising travel along Interstate 10 in the southeast. Going to be difficult at times. Showers and thunderstorms into Friday. Further to the north, that old frontal zone is going to continue to bring some sporadic showers and thunderstorms from central Louisiana to the southern Appalachians into the middle of this week. That's probably the line that's prompting. It's few and far between, but a few spotty showers in eastern Mississippi. There's a cluster of thunderstorms just to the north of Atlanta. It's actually impacting areas along I-75 north of Atlanta. Yeah, pretty much zeroed in on Roswell, Georgia, and woods between Woodstock, Sandy Springs. Some pretty heavy rain in the mix there at this hour. That's, again, just one cluster of thunderstorms in northern Georgia. You may find a spotty shower here and there in parts of the southeast tonight. Not really seeing anything yet coming in along the Gulf Coast from New Orleans all the way over to Apalachicola and Tallahassee, Florida. Look out there in the Gulf, though. There are some clusters of pretty heavy thunderstorms. If you go due west of Tampa, about 50, 100 miles offshore, that's where the action's beginning to develop there. Additional threats, whether the system develops or not, will be some locally gusty thunderstorms, the risk for a few water spouts. As this system travels eastward from the northeast Gulf into Thursday, and areas in northeastern Florida and coastal Georgia, Thursday night into Friday, and perhaps even into early Saturday. Now, that's where Ida came ashore in the southeast. Meanwhile, in the northeast, the other region that was hard hit by Ida is still trying to recover from the disastrous effect of what was tropical rainstorm Ida. The historic deadly flooding there, severe weather. It's been rather benign since that point in time. The last several days, you've had a brief period of, some folks saw a little bit of rain over the weekend, but it's generally been dry, and that continues overnight tonight, Tuesday night. But that's going to be coming to an end. This uneventful stretch of weather for the middle portions of this week. The same cold front that's going to produce those severe weather across the Great Lakes, continuing tonight, shifts into the northeast later today, bringing rounds of stormy weather once again. Showers first arrive in Ohio, northwestern Pennsylvania, western New York in the morning hours today, Wednesday morning. Then throughout the day, thunderstorms could develop as that front pushes across the northeast. For the first time since Ida's catastrophic flooding, parts of the northeast have the potential for more downpours and gusty winds. Widespread rainfall amounts, half inch to maybe 1 to 2 inches are expected, especially in the thunderstorms. Heaviest rain is likely as the front moves through the interior northeast and I-95 corridor midday today and on through the evening hours. So probably a soggy afternoon commute there in the northeast. All right, totals in some areas, as far as rain goes, went up significantly. Obviously, when Ida pushed through that region last week, Philadelphia suburbs, through portions of New Jersey, where nearly 10 inches of rain fell. We're not anticipating any widespread severe weather as thunderstorms do develop in the northeast. And later today, there could be some stronger wind gusts, even a gust of maybe 35 miles per hour. Could be enough to bring down a few weakened trees, the saturated soil that's in place there. Along with the torrential downpours, there's also the risk of a few isolated tornadoes, they tell us, mainly from the Chesapeake Bay northward through eastern New York State and western portions of New England later this afternoon and on into Wednesday evening. Once it pushes off the New England coast later Thursday, this front will also be responsible for steering Hurricane Larry away from the U.S., but it looks more and more like it will impact Atlantic Canada. Even without Larry making landfall, the powerful hurricane is already beginning to build some rough seas and strong rip currents, stretching literally from southern Florida, all the way up into coastal areas of Maine. So they're advising beachgoers, pay attention to the restrictions. There's a lot of lifeguards that their season is over as Labor Day weekend wraps up, and many of them head home for another season. So use caution along the beaches. There's still a lot of people heading out to some of the coastal areas. All right, we'll see some cooler air rushing over the warmer Great Lakes. We could see some what they call lake-enhanced showers Thursday, even an occasional waterspout to develop. High pressure is expected to move into the Ohio Valley on Friday. That should bring back dry conditions just in time for the weekend. And I know for our friends at, here in Cincinnati, the Vinicolette, the winery this upcoming weekend is probably the biggest event of their year every year. The Fall Arts and Craft Wine Festival that'll be taking place Friday, Saturday, and I think even into Sunday. I'm slated to be there Friday evening to MC and get things kicked off if I have a voice. If I still have a voice come Friday evening, but that's the plan, and hope to see some of our friends out there. All right, we'll get to some of our industry headlines coming up here. As always, around the country, our number is 844-844-3388. Who's checking in? Let's jump over to the stream here. YouTube, Facebook, Steve Sommers Overnight Drive pages, where you can post comments throughout the program. Some people get in there and have little chats back and forth. Just have a good time. First comment came from, that was Steve Sommers. Sure don't feel like hump day, but welcome aboard. Hossie says, hope you're feeling better tonight. I don't feel any worse. Don't feel a whole lot better per se. It's not real bad. It's just, obviously you can tell the voice kind of struggling, right? Hello to Zorro checking in this morning. Hello from the Michigan Madman. Kind of foggy up here in Michigan tonight. Be careful out there on the roads. Kyle is on board. Hello, Kyle. Good to have you with us. Let's see. James checking in. Good morning. Lots of thunder and lightning here in Woodstock, Georgia. Yep, that's that cluster of thunderstorms I was just mentioning there. You're right in the mix there in Woodstock. Norman checking in. Hello from Loveland, Colorado this morning, where he's relaxing for a few days. Tank checking in. Morning, Steve. Happy hump day. Hope you're feeling better. Let's see. Timothy's checking in. Said, when he checked in last evening, he said he's here, but he wasn't feeling well. I guess he said he went to the ER last night. How things look. It's not the COVID thing, is it, Timothy? I hope not. Mr. Q is on board, listening in here. Richard says, good morning from Central Florida, 75 degrees. Hello to Steve and everyone out there in listener land. Don checking in from Lumberton, North Carolina. Let's see. Tough getting back to the old grind after a 4-day weekend. Yeah, you stretched it out for all it was worth, huh? Yeah, get back to work. If those wheels aren't turning, you ain't earning. Isn't that the old slogan? Hello to Jay checking in. Morning, Steve, and all the overnight drivers. 64 degrees, clear here in Nashville tonight. Great night to be driving through. Stay safe. Have a great night, everybody. Hello to Monty Python checking in. Back with your honor. Happy Wednesday. James checking in from Kirbyville, Texas. Have a great show, Steve. 66 degrees there at this hour. Hello to Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. A comfortable 74 degrees. Sorry I didn't check in last night, but I went to bed like 10 o'clock in the evening. Had to get up a little after 5 a.m. I don't do mornings real well. Had some heavy rain today, plenty of thunder south of us. Just went outside, saw some active lightning, heard some thunder to the south. Did a delivery in Chattanooga this past morning. We'll be going back there sometime today to pick up and bring back. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Yeah, that's what you're seeing, that cluster of thunderstorms pretty much between you and the Atlanta area. Steve says, horse feathers, you better put on your duck feathers again. All that rain coming your way in the Northeast. Hello to Hoosier Garage checking in. Steve and the gang. Buster Brown. Morning, Steve from K-Town. Have another informative show. Yeah, last night was just that, buddy. Thank you, Buster Brown. Fuzzy listening in this morning. Headed to Springfield, Missouri. Rolling through a bit of rain there. Eskimo Mom checking in. Happy hump day. 71 degrees in northern Kentucky. cloudy, waiting for a free truck wash from Mother Nature to come through. Just saw another brand new Ford heading from Kentucky Speedway to the Louisville plant. Does that mean they're actually getting some chips in? Actually going back to finish some of those things up? Rainmaker is on board. Check it in. Another rainy day in Thailand. What time of day is it over there, Rainmaker? All right, Captain Ron, check it in. And one last here, Bidu, check it in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Hope everybody had a good weekend. All right, we'll get to your calls coming up here. Lots to cover. We'll get up to speed, all the latest industry headlines and so much more. What's on your mind? It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hear the power and feel the noise. NTA Championship Bowling's All-Star Invitational is back for one final meltdown. The 34th annual Enderley Pull-Off roars into Champaign County Fairgrounds in Urbana, Saturday, September 18th at 5 p.m. One huge session of pulling on 2 tracks. Tractors, trucks, minis, and semis will all be there, with over 100 qualifiers in 21 divisions. These pullers are the best of the best from both NTPA's regional and Grand National circuits, vying for their share of over $105,000. Open pit area to see these incredible machines up close and meet the drivers from across the USA. AllStarPoll.com has the details. Purchase discount tickets for $20, saving $5 off day of show admission. Ticket outlets include O'Reilly Auto Parts Store, Farmer's Equipment in Urbana, Farmer's Daughter Restaurant in Urbana, and Dave Kale Chevrolet in Mechanicsburg. Children under 10 are free. The Enderley Pull-Off, Saturday, September 18th at the Champaign County Fairgrounds, Urbana. NTPA season finale. Go to allstarpoll.com for more.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Chastain sustains his gains in the rain. Carmen stands and delivers a long, sweet note. And the old drag racer is a pulling champion once more. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. 6 Grand National divisions were in action over the Labor Day weekend, and half that number concluded their championship seasons with thrilling on-track finales. Also determined were several qualifiers to the 34th Enderley Memorial Pull-Off, the association's All-Star Invitational. Featuring over 100 competitors, the Enderley Pull-Off will begin at 5 p.m. on Saturday, September 18th in Urbana, Ohio. Get your tickets today at shopntpa.com/tickets, at O'Reilly stores nationwide, or at several locations in the greater Urbana area. Can't make it to Western Ohio on September 18th? Stream it at ntpa.tv. The first title to be decided this past weekend was at the Tri-State Showdown in Wauseon, Ohio on Friday, and it was in Modified Mini, where Chase Richardson entered with a 2-point lead on the defending champ Ken Veeney. 12.5 of the 2,050-pound super or turbocharged V8-powered machines answered the call, and as he has done much of this year, Brian McDonald in Very Little Sanity laid down the first wow pass and led the next 8. Later, Richardson pulled in 10 feet behind McDonald, which delivered Veeney his opportunity to overcome the gap. But he didn't need to count tractors after he blew by McDonald by another 10 feet to emphatically clinch his second consecutive championship. Immediately afterward on the same grandstand track, the 6,200-pound naturally aspirated methanol or gasoline-powered four-wheel drive trucks finished off their campaign with a similar storyline. Jake Zaring's Fatheads Eyewear entered leading Carmen Foster's foster child by 3 points. But with Tyler Cobb's Bandit in the lead, Fathead suffered from some terribly timed chassis hop and stalled 15 feet behind. And it became a matter of Foster merely executing a smooth pass to overcome the deficit. She did that and some extra, as Foster Child saved its best run of the regular season for its last and kicked the leader cone to 332 feet to clinch her first title. On Friday and Saturday, the Hoopeston, Illinois FFA presented Thunder in the Corn, with 3 GN divisions performing over 2 nights. And Saturday night, amid off and on drizzle, the supercharged 2-wheel drive trucks came to the end of their road. Clay Chastain's Fistful of Dollars had overtaken Christy Seacrest's Nothing Easy About It with a second-place Friday finish, but would need to hold off 2 Petro Motorsports entries, both piloted by the 7-time champion Jesse. Kathy's Complaint in second and Buckeye Hauler in third. The Hauler would go on to win the night, but Fistful's mid-pack 6th left it a single point ahead of Petro and resulted in Chastain's first championship. Also appearing in Houston were the Superstock Diesels, where Kent Payne and point leader Travis Schlabach traded wins to move 2 steps closer to their finale at the Sandwich Fair in Sandwich, Illinois this Saturday, September 11th. Superfarms also halved the balance of their season, with Greg Fries and point leader Ryan Anderson claiming victory. They'll wrap Saturday in Sandwich as well. So will the multi-engine modifieds and the single-charger Pro Stocks, the latter of which were in action at the Stark County Fair in Canton, Ohio this past weekend, where current top 2s Mike Connie and Rob Russell each won once. And Superstock Diesel 4x4 trucks will conclude their year in Sandwich on Truck Night this Thursday, September 9th. More info at sandwichfair.com and at ntpapull.com and live streamed at ntpa.tv with showtimes at 6:30 p.m. Central on Thursday and 12:30 and 6:30 p.m. Central on Saturday. Check out regional action this Friday and Saturday in Roanoke and Lind, Indiana, respectively, as we identify our champions and Enderley qualifiers in the waning weeks of a great summer of pulling. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Thank you very much, John. Appreciate the update. Yeah, next big event, of course, coming up 17th, 18th. The Enderley Pull-Off. That's supposed to be a big one. Should be a good time. I know Josh is looking forward to that one for sure. Once again, what is that? Well, let's see. Looks like coming up September the 12th. That's actually coming up this weekend. I mean, that's some of the regional action he was just talking about. The Belleville Street Fair Truck and Tractor Pulls, Belleville, Ohio. Yeah, Hotshot Secret loves to support the local community, and Belleville is about just 20 miles north of the Lubrication Specialties headquarters there. Celebrating their 171st Belleville Street Fair this year. Village of Belleville puts on a great event. It takes place September the 15th through the 19th, but before that starts, the fair week kicks off this Sunday, the 12th, with the truck and tractor pulls. By the way, Hotshot Secret has donated winners boxes on behalf of our partner, Coxing, for each champion of the 12 classes that'll be competing there. So coming up this weekend, if you get a chance, swing by Belleville for the pooling action there. Then it's the following weekend. That's the big event there at the Champaign County Fairgrounds in Urbana, where Josh will be on site with the Hotshot Secret vendor booth, the Enderley Memorial Pull-Off, top 100 poolers from all over the country, fighting for over $100,000 in prize money. All right, let's get to the calls here. Jolly Green Giant, what's going on?
Good morning, Steve. I wanted to say good morning to all of the Steve Summer cartoon characters. And did you have a good holiday weekend, Steve?
Yeah, my holiday weekend I spent coming down with this creeping crud thing.
I'm sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah.
Jolly Green smoked baby back ribs all day Monday, and I served baby back ribs, baked potatoes, and butter corn, and then yesterday, me and my wife celebrated our anniversary. It was a good day.
Good.
But hearing some bad news, Flash was telling me over the weekend that Claremont County's numbers are sky high on COVID-19. And then last night we had a driver's meeting. They were talking about it in the driver's meeting. It's just absolutely amazing I said right in our drivers' meeting, it's our government's fault that our numbers are so high because they're not protecting the American citizens. They got an open border. They're not checking these people for the virus. We got people coming in from Afghanistan. They're not being checked. So I think we're in trouble. But the good news tonight is the knucklebuster impersonator is on vacation. Rod's on vacation, so Lieutenant Louie will not be appearing tonight.
Okay.
So that's the good news. That is the good news. Sex Maniac and I both are working tonight. So I just wanted to say hi to everybody, and I will be listening tonight, Steve.
I'm glad
you guys have a good night.
Glad you enjoyed your Labor Day weekend. Yeah, those baby back ribs and baked potatoes sounded mighty good right about now, man.
Yeah, sometime I'll talk about it. I've actually changed my recipe a little bit, but it's going real good. So I'm learning a lot, and I'm enjoying it.
Good deal.
So either way, I'll be listening, Steve. You have a good night, bro.
Thank you so much, Jolly Green Giant out there pounding the pavement here on a Wednesday morning. All right, coming up here momentarily, we'll get our bottom of the hour news break. Yeah, quick time out there. Speaking of open border, and yeah, he brought that up, and I thought, yes, that's an appropriate place to mention this. We're bringing these refugees from Afghanistan in, and apparently this past day, they tell us, Fort McCoy Army Base in Wisconsin has identified a case of measles. As they begin the process of bringing in thousands of Afghan refugees as part of this mass evacuation from Kabul, an internal government email said the base confirmed a case of the measles Sunday. All those who've been in contact with the infected person at the base have been isolated, and post-exposure prophylaxis and inoculations are in process. It says separately, a senior U.S. government official confirmed that officials identified a single measles case as part of what they called a robust health screening process. CDC, of course, describes measles as a highly contagious virus spread by coughing, sneezing, people breathing contaminated air, touching infected surfaces, and then their faces. It says the virus is so contagious, if one person has it, up to 90% of the people close to that person who are not immune will also be infected. Virus can live up to 2 hours in the airspace even after an infected person leaves the area. So undoubtedly, this individual, I'm assuming it is an Afghan, spent how many hours, first of all, on a flight from wherever out of Kabul and then into wherever they first went, now to the United States. I mean, there's no telling how many might have been infected. According to the CDC, Afghanistan has the 7th highest number of measles cases in the world. Due to the disease's contagious nature, Fort McCoy was not receiving evacuees at this time. They're working to procure the necessary vaccines. A spokesman for the base said the base will still be accepting Afghans, of which they can support up to 13,000 evacuees. Now, they said we're not authorized to provide specific medical cases, but said the health of the Afghans at Fort McCoy is a top priority. They are being given medical screenings and immunizations as needed. That case, amid continuing concerns about the health risks related to evacuations. New York Times reported among the refugees who arrived at Dulles Airport on August the 29th, 6 of them were positive for COVID-19. Homeland Security put out a fact sheet about Operation Allies Welcome that says all arrivals are being tested for COVID and offered to receive the COVID vaccine as well as other vaccines at no charge. So there you go. It's got to wonder, you got one case, how many? It's almost inevitable there's going to be others that are going to be popping up. I mean, how many, they pack these people in to those, we saw some of the video of the flights out of Afghanistan, hundreds of people packed into those transport planes. All right, news break time, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A pretrial hearing for 5 men accused of planning the September 11th attacks got underway Tuesday after years of delays. Accused mastermind of the attacks, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, and the 4 others faced a military commission for the first time in more than a year, as the trial has been delayed because of the pandemic. Proceedings inside the court at Guantanamo Bay went on for several hours before the judge dismissed the court ahead of schedule to allow both sides to regroup and strategize. And President Biden is set to lay out a new strategy to combat the Delta variant of the coronavirus. The president will announce his strategy Thursday during remarks from the White House. Press Secretary Jen Psaki told reporters Tuesday that the plan is a 6-pronged strategy that is likely to include encouragement for the private sector to introduce more vaccine mandates. The announcement coming as the nation passed 40 million confirmed cases of COVID since the beginning of the pandemic last year. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Attention seniors on Medicare and Medicaid or receiving extra help for your prescription drugs. We have great news. You can change or enroll into a Medicare plan every 3 months if you qualify, all from the comfort and safety of your own home, over the phone. No one even needs to come to your home. And in minutes, we'll tell you all about some additional new Medicare benefits for you, like dental, vision, hearing, transportation, and more. Call us. We'll explain all your new Medicare benefits. Premiums are as low as $0 per month. Even if you are not paying anything for your coverage now, you need to call our licensed agents to review your plan. There are zero-cost plans available in some areas. Don't wait till next year. Get all the Medicare benefits you deserve. Call a licensed agent today.
800-461-2114. 800-461-2114. That's 800-461-2114. Paid for by Senior Choice Plan.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com. from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Let me see here. Got a couple of emails this past day. Which, by the way, steve@hotshotsecret.com. That's my email address. To throw a message our way. I got this right toward the tail end of the program this past morning from Dennis. Dennis says, just like the guy that called in earlier, I found your new show recently. I listened to you for several years prior on 700. I decided to do a little Google, where is Steve Sommers? I'm glad to see this is up and running. I love it so far. I'm spreading the word where I can that you're back on. Thank you so much, Dennis. Appreciate you helping spread the word. Let me see. Then I got a message from Big Moose. He mentioned it on the program last evening that some people dialing up the after show line, we're actually being charged the penny per minute. I guess that's probably going to show up on my bill. But, hey, I mean, no big deal. But he said, I just wanted to let you know there was a snafu with the after show line, and it has officially been removed from service. Apparently, they were still charging some callers the 1 cent per minute, and that wasn't supposed to happen. So I've stopped payment to the provider, filed a grievance with their customer service center. I apologize for any inconvenience this may have caused. So from there, I'm not sure where they're going to go, if they're going to try to set something else up, but I'm sure they'll try to get something together, and we'll let you know when they do. All right, then got an email from Cat Mom. First, hope you're feeling better. Secondly, thank you for giving out the after-show call number. It was so nice of Big Moose to set that up. That's the funny thing. She said, I called it for the first time today. I was rather quiet. Yeah, it kind of felt like I was the new kid on the first day of school. But the guys on there made me feel so welcome and at ease. Thanks to all who were so kind. Got to talk to Chevy Guy and the Big Moose. What an honor. Just as nice as I knew they would be. Didn't catch all the names who were on the call, but just want to thank you all for letting me share in on the call. I wish I didn't have to drop off, but I had to go to work. Anyway, Steve, just wanted to share an attachment with you here. I've worked 20 years for a hospital. We received the attached about COVID. I am so upset that I'm being forced to get the booster shot now. You either get it or you lose your job. I don't even work around patients, but it doesn't matter. They make it next to impossible to try to apply for an exemption. You either get it or you're without employment. If you'd like to share any of the attached, I've blocked out my hospital name so I don't have to fear losing my job that way. But I work hard at my job. And like I said, been there 20 years. I feel it's wrong to be treated this way. My heart aches for what's happening to hardworking Americans and how we're being treated. Read up on world history. The days we're living in right now are similar to Germany in 1930 or Russia before the communists took over. I just hope it's not too late for us to turn this around. But thank you, Steve. You and your listeners are the only true Americans voicing our feelings over the air. Our freedom of speech is being taken away more and more with each passing day. Yeah, I won't go through the whole attached, but some of the questions, it's kind of like a question and answer thing about the COVID vaccines. They've obviously already been instructed, get the vaccines or lose your job. All right, so now they come back and get the booster or lose your job. And there was a question on there, once I get this booster, does that mean I'm going to have to get the next booster and the next booster and the next? The answer apparently is yes. This is going to be a permanent protocol as each new booster, which may be every 12 months, it may be twice a year. As each one rolls out, you will be required at her employer to get the booster. So, all right, what's going on with Steve this morning? How was your Labor Day weekend?
Hey, it was pretty good, Steve. Obviously, better than yours, I heard.
Yeah.
Sorry, you were sick over the weekend. You feeling better today, huh? A little better?
I never really felt real bad. I think I had a lot of bad sinus pressure. It was a sinus pressure so bad that my upper teeth were all hurting. That's that kind of thing. Then, of course, had the sinus drainage, and now it's gone down to the throat, which gets, got a cough. And I did test for COVID. I got the home kit, and I tested on Sunday, came back negative. I tested on Monday, 24 hours later, came back negative. So I'm just assuming it's one of those typical cold bugs that goes around,
Yeah, I'm just starting to be able to breathe again. I've been using the nasal spray for the last 2 weeks, and I had the same symptoms as Pappy. The heavy congestion, the cough, no fever though. So I'm thinking, well, I don't think I have COVID.
Right.
And, I feel pretty good today. Able to breathe a little better. I was talking to Big Moose last night, Steve, and I had mentioned to him that when I got my T-Mobile bill in the mailbox on Saturday, I opened it up and there was an $8 charge on there, and I'm like, "What's this for?" Figured it was taxes or something, and it said out-of-market calls to the after-hours show.
Yep. Okay. Yep.
So I think it was, penny a minute. So I'm thinking, shoot, because, you're driving down the road for 3-4 hours and you're on that line, you're talking 250 minutes, so it's basically about $2, to be on the line for 4 hours, basically, 3-4 hours. So I told Moose, I'm like, shoot, man, if you're on, can you imagine Hillbilly Tex? If he had to pay a penny a minute?
Yeah, because see, it was some service providers that were being instructed that, when I mentioned that to him, they were saying, horse feathers. He said, I never get that message about you'll be charged an extra penny per minute if you proceed. So what Moose said, I thought, I've got T-Mobile, and he said T-Mobile is one of those that are charging people. I think he said Boost Mobile was charging people, and there was one other. So some people were having to pay and some weren't.
Yeah, he said he was going to look into it. But I told him, I said, Hillbilly Tex, his phone bill would be about $15 extra a day. He's on that thing for 24 hours straight.
Let's hope he wasn't being charged a penny per minute.
You can go on the CDC website. Not that I believe most of what they tell us, but they have been putting out some data. And exactly 1 year ago, I think it was a week in July of 2020, they compared it to a week in July of 2021. There was an average of 1,200 deaths per day back in 2020. So that's when we had no vaccines, no therapeutics, no nothing. So the average death rate was about 1,200 a day. Steve, the average death rate this year in 1 week was 1,025 per day. That's with vaccines, with therapeutics. So something's not working here. You had talked about it last night. I really enjoyed what you said about how is it your sister-in-law that has
that's
been really sick?
Mm-hmm.
Been vaccinated? Yep. You know, and they want us to take this damn vaccine, and it doesn't seem to be working. It's either wearing off, or you know, are the people that are dying, are they unvaccinated? Are they vaccinated? I mean, it's just, you don't know what the truth is.
Yeah.
You know? So it's just kind of really strange how the death rate is pretty close to what we had last year with no vaccines. So, you know, Fauci's out there today, you know, pressing these vaccines, you know, talking about, you know, how they're not going to put mandates in, from what the spokes idiot for the idiot is talking about. But Fauci's talking about, you know, if you want to go to a football game, if you want to go here, if you want to go there, if you're not vaccinated, sorry, you can't attend. That's what he was talking about today. And then I read an article where in Italy, they just passed some mandates that whether you want to be on a plane, a train, an automobile, whatever it is, you cannot do anything in Italy unless you're vaccinated. So that's the socialist way right now. And there's many other countries that are going to follow suit. But you know, Steve, these Afghans that are coming in, I heard there was over 10,000 of them being released in the country that they haven't been vetted. We don't even know who these people are.
Mm-hmm.
Never mind the diseases that they're carrying. But are these people terrorists? Are these people enemies of the United States? It's just unbelievable, man. What a disgrace this government is. It really is disgusting on a daily basis. I mean, we've never seen anything like this in our lifetime. And I'll tell you what, Steve. You know, the anniversary of September 11th is coming up on Saturday. If there's a terror attack on this country, this buffoon that's in the Oval Office needs to be put in handcuffs and taken away. I mean, he is putting this country at so much risk. You know, we've talked about it, how dangerous this is going to become. With the border wide open, we don't know who's coming in there. People aren't being vetted. They're put into communities. We don't know who they are. It's just absolutely shocking that this is going on. But, you know, the other thing, Steve, did you know that it's been 20 years, okay, since 9/11, and these 5 terrorists are still alive in Guantanamo Bay? Their trial just started back up again.
I heard that.
I believe it was Tuesday.
Yeah, we are like, what, 3 days from the 20th anniversary, and they're getting around to get the trial underway again.
It's just incredible. You know, it was put off by Obama for 8 years. He did nothing about it. I don't know what happened under Trump, but here's the thing, Steve. They have defense attorneys, these terrorists. I don't know who they are, but they're trying to get them off because their confessions were done supposedly under torture. You know, waterboarding. You know, that Sheikh Mohammed, whatever his name is, the mastermind behind it, he was waterboarded like, I don't know, they said like 135 times in the article I was reading. So they're trying to get them off on that. They want their confessions thrown out because they did confess that they were the masterminds behind this. It's just incredible that they're even still alive. I mean, they should have been put to death 15 years ago. You know? But speaking about 9/11, Steve, I was watching a documentary on United Flight 93. It's called The True Story. And it's pretty unbelievable how that one terrorist, I forget his name, he flew the plane into the ground in Pennsylvania. He's pretty much westernized back in Germany. He was in Hamburg, Germany, studying to come to the United States. And he really liked what was going on in the United States. He liked the lifestyle and so forth. But he was radicalized in Germany with that Mohammed Atta, that was the head guy, the head hijacker. And it was a really interesting story on what really happened with that plane on that day, because first of all, the plane flew out of Trenton, New Jersey, and it was delayed about 20 minutes. Well, it was one of the last planes to get up in the air before they grounded everything. So it barely made it off the ground, which is such a coincidence, because then when they got in the air, they started grounding all these planes. And I guess what was happening was, from what the documentary said, is this guy was getting cold feet. He really didn't want to do this. And they actually flew all the way to Cleveland before he finally took control of the cockpit and turned the plane around, which wasn't supposed to happen. They were supposed to fly from New Jersey right into the Capitol. That was their target. But it was really interesting how, with those delays of 20 minutes, and him basically, they think there was a big delay in him taking over that cockpit, 20 minutes, that extra 40 minutes actually was what had them passengers try to take that plane over. And there was a gentleman on board who was a pilot, and that's what they were trying to do. They were trying to get rid of these guys, these terrorists, and put this guy in the seat to see if he could land the plane. That was the story that was behind the documentary.
Wow.
It was really, really interesting to watch. And then there was another article, Steve, today about the guy, I don't know if you remember him, the surfer. He rode down the North Tower, 18 stories, and survived. Did you hear about that story way back when?
That's not ringing a bell.
Well, he was a Port Authority worker, and he was on the 64th floor when the plane hit. And he called his wife, and he asked her to turn on the news to find out what was going on. He thought something had hit the building. Well, sure enough, she told him there's a plane that hit the top of the building. So he was below it, and it took him a while, but he finally started making his way down the stairwell. While the firefighters were going up, they told him just kept going down. Well, by the time he got to the 18th floor, you heard the rumbling and the building cracking, and what he did was he got in the corner of a stairwell, and he rode down a piece of concrete that he was laying on in a fetal position, and rode that sucker down 18 stories and ended up with a broken arm and a broken ankle.
Wow.
And he survived. He was one of only two people that survived that collapse. And the article was basically about how he's still struggling today with that terror that he went through, and why he survived and all these other people didn't. So he's still having a tough time, 20 years later, just trying to deal with it. I mean, I can't imagine. But that was a heck of a story.
Survivor guilt or something, I think they call it. People that survive something that so many others don't. Yeah, they feel like, I don't deserve to be here almost, kind of. Hey, got to get a quick time out here. We're rapidly rolling toward news break, top of the hour.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All righty, back to Steve here to finish things up here. We're rolling toward top of the hour. Well, what else do we have this morning?
Hey, thanks for holding me over, Steve. Hey, I don't know if you heard the good news, Steve, but the shootings are down in Chicago. Over Labor Day weekend, there was only 58 shootings and 8 children shot.
Oh, okay. Boy, they're making some real progress, aren't they? Yeah.
Yeah. Lori Lightfoot, Chicago. They're making some good headway up there. 8 children shot over the weekend by stray bullets. It's just sickening. And then that governor's race in California, Steve, I think that Larry Elder's going to take that. If you know, he was talking yesterday on Beck's program. He's a very intelligent guy, and he's really his heart is in the right place on trying to turn California around. We all know that state's a disaster, and do you see how he's being attacked in the media, even by Hollywood?
Yep.
I mean, they're calling him the blackface of white supremacists. White supremacy. The blackface of white supremacy is Larry Elder. Now, Steve, I thought it was a good thing for a black man to be a politician or to move up in the world. Isn't that what they've been preaching with critical race theory? How black people are oppressed? But I guess if you're a black Republican or a little right of center and want to do good things for your state and your country, then even though you're black, you're the blackface of white supremacy. It's just absolutely incredible how these Democrats just constantly the things that they come. You can't make this stuff up.
Yeah. Yep.
You know, you say it all the time. It's just unbelievable. You know, but you know, California's got a lot of problems, and basically what he said was he's got so many Hispanics and blacks behind him that all he needs is 50% of the vote plus one to get Newsom out of there on that recall election. They've already started voting. And Steve, here's one real crazy thing. Do you know in California that you can actually print your own ballot and vote?
Say what? You can print your own ballot?
You can print your own ballot and vote. Yes, you can. He's already got a team of lawyers looking at all this massive fraud that's going to take place out there. Supposedly he's ready for it. But I don't know. Time will tell. You know, time will tell.
So it could be
I hope the guy wins.
Trump 2.0 is what they're looking at.
Yeah, exactly. And I'll tell you another thing, Steve. I don't know if we're going to be able to survive for another 3 years with this buffoon in the White House. I really wish Donald Trump would consider running for a congressional seat, because if we took over the House and the Senate in 2022 and he became Speaker of the House, we could impeach all these buffoons. We could impeach them all and get rid of them. That's how it could be done. I know people have brought it up before, but it's a way to get it done. So I don't know if he's going to do it. I think his aspiration is more of 2024, but I don't know if we're going to be able to last that long. I mean, things are just getting way out of hand. You know, this country's in such a dangerous spot right now, and they're still talking about climate change after the hurricane. You know, they're talking about climate change when terrorists are crossing into our country, living among us, just like before. So, anyway, Steve, I hope you have a good show tonight, and thanks for taking my call, buddy.
All right, thanks for checking in, and we'll get our top of the hour news update in here. The very latest. That was a new one on me. I did a quick search, and from the Washington Examiner, California voters to be able to download ballots at home for the recall election, sparking concerns. You think security concerns? Why would that? You can't make this stuff up. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A pretrial hearing for 5 men accused of planning the September 11th attacks got underway Tuesday after years of delays. Accused mastermind of the attacks, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, and the 4 others faced a military commission for the first time in more than a year, as the trial has been delayed because of the pandemic. Proceedings inside the court at Guantanamo Bay went on for several hours before the judge dismissed the court ahead of schedule to allow both sides to regroup and strategize. And President Biden is set to lay out a new strategy to combat the Delta variant of the coronavirus. The president will announce his strategy Thursday during remarks from the White House. Press Secretary Jen Psaki told reporters Tuesday that the plan is a 6-pronged strategy that is likely to include encouragement for the private sector to introduce more vaccine mandates. The announcement coming as the nation passed 40 million confirmed cases of COVID since the beginning of the pandemic last year. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hello, this is Wayne Alaroot for our newest sponsor, Asset Strategies, or ASI for short. ASI is a precious metals powerhouse. They sell gold and silver. Never in history has there been a more important moment to buy gold and silver. ASI has been in business for 39 years. They've served over 20,000 clients and sold $5 billion worth of gold, silver, and precious metals with 0 complaints. Last year, gold saw gains of 25%. Silver nearly doubled gold's performance. Now Democrats are in charge. Green New Deal, open borders, free healthcare for illegals, bailout broke cities and states. The debt is about to go through the stratosphere. The time to buy is now. The owners of ASI, Michael and Rich Chekin, have been my close personal friends for 16 years. ASI is the company I trust when it comes to buying and selling precious metals. Call now to receive a free consultation and a free 1-ounce silver eagle with every qualifying purchase when you mention the Wayne Alaroot Show. Call 800-831-0007. That's 800-831-0007 or visit assetstrategies.com.
An elections reform bill delayed for days by an exodus of Democratic lawmakers is now the law in Texas. Tim Berg has more.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott is signing an election bill into law. The Republican governor telling reporters it's a great bill because it expands early voting to 12 days, noting it's longer than President Biden's home state of Delaware. Abbott saying the bill will also make it harder for ballot harvesting and will withstand any legal challenges.
Whenever laws like this are passed, the first thing the Democrats do is they run to the courthouse and try to challenge it. I feel extremely confident that when this law makes it through the litigation phase, it will be upheld.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And more than 400,000 people in Louisiana remain without power more than a week after the area was hit by Hurricane Ida. Nearly 3/4 of New Orleans have had power restored, but another 430,000 in southeastern Louisiana are still without electricity. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
4 American citizens, a woman and her 3 children, were evacuated out of Afghanistan over the weekend via an overland route by a private group of veterans. In a statement announcing the evacuation, the State Department said that the U.S. had facilitated the rescue, prompting the organizers of the mission to accuse them of trying to steal the credit for their work. Congressman Michael Waltz says that the State Department should be working hand-in-hand with these private organizations. The Florida Republican tells Fox News that the U.S. government has no presence in Afghanistan and should be trying to find ways to work around the post-pullout limitations.
The fact is we'd pulled all of our military assets out, and we should have been going out and getting Americans, not telling them, well, get there if you can. So these veterans, many of whom I've talked to, have quit their jobs or on leave, doing whatever it takes, and they're not going to quit. I mean, the evacuation's still ongoing, not just for Americans, but for our Afghan allies that we promised that we would get out. They're not going to stop. So my strong advice, and I wrote a letter to Secretary Blinken on this over the weekend, is engage these groups, have them into your office, let's celebrate the victories together, and have a public-private partnership going forward, because the reality is we've got no troops on the ground, no diplomats on the ground. All you really have are these private organizations that are stepping in with their own money, time, and resources to get the job done, and that's what we should be focused on.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Steve wasn't kidding. That's story from Yahoo News. California's Secretary of State's office has made downloading mail ballots from home possible for the recall election of Gavin Newsom. Legislature also passed a measure to send out mail ballots to every registered voter, regardless if they ask for one or not. Same concerns that were brought up about the 2020 general election, fraud. According to the Secretary of State's office, downloading mail ballots from home is made possible through technology used during the 2020 election. System includes 2 options, one for the entire state and one for Los Angeles County. The statewide system is called Remote Accessible Vote by Mail, which enables voters to fill out ballots online, print them out themselves, and either put them in the mail or drop off at a polling location. According to the Secretary of State's office, there were 4 certified RAVBM systems for the November 2020 vote, 5 Cedars Group alternate format ballot, 5.2.1, and it goes on and on, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to bore you with that. Even though the system was created to be used by voters with disabilities, any voter could request to use it in 2020. The Los Angeles County option, the interactive sample ballot, enables voters to fill out a sample ballot online, which generates what they call a poll pass. The pass can be printed out, or voters can download a QR code and then vote using a ballot marking device at a polling location. They put out instructional videos explaining how the systems work. The Election Integrity Project California, a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization advocating for the right of every eligible citizen to vote, purchased VoteCal voter registration and voting history files after auditing them, raised concerns about California's election system. They published a list of questionable mail ballots sent out during the 2020 election to deceased Californians, those no longer living in California. They also learned that 13 counties have more registered voters than eligible citizens. Okay. So I guess maybe that's why Trump this past day, I think yesterday or the day before, the headline, Democrats have the Newsom recall election rigged to win. Well, let's see how that goes. About 12 past the hour. Let's get back to the calls there. Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. What y'all fussing about a 3 and 4 day weekend for? Hell, I've been off the last 10 days going to bed at 9:30 every night, and I got to stay up till 5:30 in the morning. So I hope you have a damn good show, but I know you will because you always do there, right?
Yeah. So vacation's not over yet, is it?
Oh yeah, it's over with now. They called me back to work. I still got 3. Yeah, I still got 3 more weeks left, so I ain't worried about it there. I'll wind up taking them all up there. Well, you know, we can sing deep in the heart of Texas now because old Governor Abbott, he signed that voting law, boy. They really hyped up over that one there now.
Yep.
And on 9/11, we can sing Where Were You When the World Stopped Turning that September morning by Mr. Alan Jackson there. And I'm just curious, Steve, why they keep running articles about Monica and Slick Willie still? I mean, Slick Willie ain't going to apologize to her for nothing. I've never seen a narcissist apologize for anything there, right? And only in Florida, a naked woman, 28-year-old, Steve, she drives her golf cart into a Florida standoff scene with armed suspects. Come on now, I like that, riding around down there naked. Ain't nothing wrong with that, right?
Looking at her mugshot, Knucklebuster, I mean, aside from the fact that I guess she was drunk and her eyes were a little bloodshot, I don't think she'd have been a bad-looking chick riding around on a golf cart.
I know it's neat, but riding around on one of them Harleys there would be a lot better there,
right?
Well, let's flip on over to Mississippi there. Members of the Ole Miss softball coaching staff are under Title IX investigation now after complaints were filed against assistant Katie Ritkovich Browder for her involvement in a sexual misconduct case involving 2 players from the team. Well, first it was the football team having free phone sex on Coach Freeze's phone that got him in trouble. Now it's a lesbian triangle. I'd like to be part of that, Steve, but Mama Knucklebuster wouldn't let me get in on that one there. Yeah. All right, Steve, what do peanut butter and strippers have in common?
I do not know what peanut butter and strippers.
Yeah, they both spread for bread, right? Oh, man, I've been off for the last 10 days. Old Biden, he called one of his cabinet members there a boy, black guy, called him a boy, and they said that was a derogatory term there. I don't think it's a derogatory term there. He damn sure ain't no girl, right?
Right.
So, yeah, but I read this on TikTok, and I'm curious about their policies there. You know, what do you call an elevator full of white people? And it would be a box of crackers. That's what it said. I thought, well, man, that's about more racist than calling somebody a boy. I don't know. TikTok needs to change their policies there. Hey, I ran into Bubba and Earl the other day. I asked Bubba about his new girlfriend. He said it was over pretty quick. She told him her kids had ADD, and Earl replied, oh, they all have different daddies, right?
ADD.
Yeah, all different daddies, well. Well, Bubba told Earl to practice safe sex. Earl asked, well, what is safe sex? Bubba said, safe sex is when the girl doesn't know your name, your number, or your address. And that's all my baloney for right now, Mr. Steve Sommers. Will call in later on tonight.
All right. Well, it's good to have you back with us there, Knucklebuster. Have a good morning. so we don't have to have any impersonations this week. I had that story. I guess only in Florida, a Florida woman, naked, enjoying a midnight golf cart ride. She's just out for a joyride. She actually drove through the police perimeter. Officers were involved in an armed standoff. 28-year-old Jessica Smith drove past several patrol cars, allegedly ignoring police commands to depart the area, continued to approach the Target house where the armed suspect was actually on the roof. When she refused to exit the golf cart, she was, quote, assisted out and handcuffed. About 12:05 a.m. She smelled of alcohol and was completely nude, according to the criminal complaint, charging her with obstruction, which is a misdemeanor. The complaint lists her home address as at a residence in Roxbury, Massachusetts. Her parents apparently own a home about a mile from where she was arrested there in a city in the Tampa Bay area. Investigators allege her naked antics put multiple deputies at risk for potentially getting shot at. About 19 past the hour. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I've actually never been down to Lake Cumberland. I've got an uncle that's got a boat dock down there. He's invited us down on a number of occasions. I don't think he's down there this week, but apparently this is a big, big week at Cumberland Lake. Someone posted the notice that was put out this past day due to the annual poker run event and high public use. The Lake Cumberland U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, in collaboration with the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources, have placed a temporary, what they call idle speed zone, beginning approximately 1/2 mile downstream of Jack's Branch in Harmon Creek. Enforcement begins this morning, Wednesday morning, September the 8th at daylight, and ends on Monday, September the 13th at midnight. Looking at a map of the lake, and it's almost like Yeah, there's a big area where everything is just idle speed and a big branch there with a no-ski zone, no towing, no skiing. The temporary idle speed zone is in place to alleviate congestion and aid in boater safety. Please be mindful of the permanent no-ski or no-tow zone beginning at the mouth of Harmon Creek. I don't know. What are the fines for going over idle speed? What if you're skiing in the no-ski zone? Uh-oh. Yeah, I'm guessing that must be a big event. That's a big lake. And if you got the annual poker run event, must be a ton of people at Cumberland. All right, back to the phones here. Curtis, what's happening this morning?
Oh, how you be, Sir Steve? Well, I told a friend of mine about the big rig mattress. He bought 2 of the king size. He said they sleep really good. And for your throat, go to your health food store, Beekeepers Naturals, and get the propolis spray. And my wife uses it, I use it, and it's all natural, made from bees. And it may help you this weekend for your event.
Beekeeper's Friend, and it's what? It's a sort of a spray?
Well, no, not Beekeeper's Friend. Beekeepers, Beekeepers Naturals, and it's the propolis spray.
Oh, okay.
And I think for that little bottle, there's like 104 sprays into a bottle. You spray it 4 times in your throat. And I'm not saying I'm going to be Dr. Dean Odell, but I believe you'll feel better.
Might help a bit, right?
And it's natural.
Yeah,
and,
right.
You know, hey, if it gets, and it works quick. And it's not expensive. You can get, on Amazon, you can get 2 bottles for like $22.
Not bad.
So check it out.
All right, will do.
Beekeepers Natural Bee Propolis Spray.
Okay.
Well, I thought I'd let you know about the mattress that my friend loves them, and he got a good deal. He got 25% off his.
Is that right? But you made sure to tell him that
He bought 2 of them.
made sure he heard about it on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, I hope.
Well, actually, it was before he got on you. It was because, well, I told him about it because I heard it on you when you were before you.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense.
Sure.
Oh, you know what's funny is the other night I was listening to Bubba, and they were running advertisement for you on there.
Trying to get the word out to our old listeners that we're here.
You just need to get on the radio. So when are you going to get on the regular radio again?
Working on it. There's complications with everything. Well, one of the issues you deal with is getting back in terrestrial radio. It seems in this day and age, everybody wants to have a say in what you can talk about. If that makes sense. You say, okay, well, yeah, we don't want any political talk. We don't want any of this. We don't want any of that. Chris has pretty much drawn a line in the sand. You don't control the content of programming for the Overnight Drive program. All right, John, let's see. We'll get back to the calls coming up here. Captain Ron got you coming up. Chevy guy, where'd Monkey Gouger go? He dropped off? All right, it's 844-844-3388. Several lines available. Well, not everyone had a good Labor Day weekend. The numbers from the State Highway Patrol out of the state of Ohio releasing the facts about the fatal crashes. Ohio State Highway Patrol reporting 12 fatal traffic crashes that claimed 12 lives on Labor Day. Troopers arresting 420 drivers for operating while impaired. They issued 2,465 seatbelt violations, 292 drug arrests, 128 felony apprehensions, 18,195 traffic enforcement stops conducted, along with 9,000 729 non-enforcement stops, and also provided assistance to more than 1,800 motorists. Man, it was a busy weekend for the highway patrol out there. According to the report, both Mahoning and Trumbull counties were in the top 20 in the state for incidents. Highway Patrol has conducted this reporting that started last Friday at the midnight hour, ending Monday at the midnight hour. So the numbers from the Labor Day weekend, there you go, looking at 28 past the hour. And again, our number is 844-844-3388. Coming up, we'll get to some of our industry headlines. The South Dakota truck convoy for Special Olympics just around the corner. And the skipper of Oida's Tour Trailer is looking forward to being there. Marty Ellis will have the spirit of the American trucker trailer across to the South Dakota convoy. He's been involved since back in 2002 as a volunteer, an organizer from time to time. This year's convoy is coming up on September 17th and 18th in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Ellis and the Spirit are scheduled to be there. South Dakota has held 2 convoys to benefit Special Olympics, but the event planned this year for Rapid City was canceled because of the surge in COVID cases. Although his home base is in Carl Junction, Missouri, before becoming skipper of the Spirit, Ellis was a company driver for a South Dakota carrier. That's how he got to be a part of the South Dakota truck convoy for Special Olympics. All right, so coming up here just around the corner, September 17th and 18th that weekend, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
At least one person has been killed in a powerful earthquake that shook southwest Mexico late Tuesday. The U.S. Geological Survey says the 7.1 magnitude quake was centered about 8 miles from the resort town of Acapulco. Reuters reporting that rockfalls and landslides were also seen in the state of Guerrero, where Acapulco is located. There are also phone and power outages in that state. Buildings in Mexico City reportedly shook, and more than 1 million people have lost power in the capital city, more than 230 miles away from the epicenter. And the Department of Agriculture announced a new grant program Tuesday to provide assistance to farmers and food workers affected by the pandemic. The $700 million program will have its funds divided up among state agencies, Native American tribes, and nonprofits. The agency says the funds can be used by workers who had to buy their own PPE, had to take leave after contracting COVID, or had to pay for childcare. You're listening to USA Radio News.
If you are trying to quit drinking or doing too many drugs, listen to me. You don't know me and we'll never meet. I had a problem like you once. I drank and used to party a little too much till it got out of control and almost ruined my life. I realized I needed help to fix my problem before it totally destroyed me. If you've tried to fix your drinking and drug problem and you know you can't do it alone, you need to call the National Treatment Advisors. They'll immerse you into a 30-day program to replace your old habits with new habits and totally change your life. And if you have PPO private health insurance, the entire program may be covered. Fix your problem right now before it gets any worse. Get clean. Call now and learn more.
800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. That's 800-844-1675.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, aka Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Thanks so much for hanging out with us to the late night, call it the late night, early morning hours. Working our way into a Wednesday, time zone to time zone. Yeah, Doughboy said, in regards to Lake Cumberland, he said, yeah, there are hundreds of boats that show up at the poker run there at Lake Cumberland every year. So I guess, the lake is just packed out, right? Packed with boats. And you get some out there that are probably imbibing in adult beverages and going a little too fast. And I guess they're trying to cut back on boating accidents, undoubtedly. Then Craig checking in this morning, he said, did you see the college football stadiums just packed over the weekend? And did you see any of them wearing masks? Yeah, shoulder to shoulder with other spectators. I didn't get to catch any of the football action over the weekend. I didn't catch a whole hell of a lot of anything except this nasty cold. That's what I caught. Let me see here. Captain Ron, what's happening?
Morning, Mr. Sommers. You know, this is a pretty good week for me. Last night was my Monday, and tonight's my Friday, and 4-day weekend. I could use like weeks like that all the time, couldn't you?
Yeah, if you get the same paycheck, hell yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Me and Mama are going to go down there, crash the resort where Fly Rod and Dimebag Denny and Lugnut Louie and Mrs. Fly Rod, see what kind of trouble we can get into. But Button, when we went to school, Ponce de Leon discovered that fountain of youth there at St. Augustine, right?
Right.
When they were teaching that at school, so I came up with this plan. I'm going to get me a 55-gallon drum and throw it in the back of our Kia Soul. It says we can haul 800 pounds, so it might be kind of close there weight-wise, but I think I'm going to siphon me out a 55-gallon drum of that water, because these beauty naps don't seem to be working for me. Do they work for you?
Not usually.
I don't know what the problem is, but I'm going to see if that'll work. I was doing pretty good until Jolly Green came on here talking about them ribs and potatoes. Now I'm starving.
Exactly.
I have to go find me something to eat, I guess. So, yeah. He probably soaks up all that rib juice and everything with them old high society croissants. I didn't think them high society people sopped up anything. Did you? I saw a little thing on our news yesterday that, I don't know, 400 and some thousand are still up without power down there in Louisiana.
Yes.
And they showed a chart of the power poles for Katrina that they had to replace was a little bit over 17,000. They've counted almost 32,000 for this hurricane that they're going to have to replace. Almost double of what Katrina was as far as power poles.
Wow.
That's pretty bad. I thought that was kind of interesting. That's why they're going to be without power for so long, I would guess. The biggest problem is water. They still don't have water treatment plants up and running. I guess that's the biggest problem.
Yeah, still a lot of people still without water. That is correct.
They're having to boil, but I saw they had this kind of water filtration that they use these buckets. I don't know what that was about. I didn't catch that. But anyway, I guess that's all I got for the night. I guess I'll be listening in. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, good to have you with us there, Captain Ron. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for being a part of the program. Yeah, I heard in the news break there when they were kicking, I guess, a big quake down toward Acapulco. Looking at a 7.0. That's a little rock and roll there in southern Mexico a few hours ago. It's all part of that Pacific Ring of Fire, right? Very active zone. See if there's any ripple effects elsewhere around the world. A lot of times that happens. One place moves and it kicks another place to move, right? All right, Monkey Gouger made it back in. Yes, sir. What's going on?
Oh, man, we over here trying to make these pickups tonight. In Dallas, working over here and trying to get all that done. Hey, Steve, I don't know if Moose is listening now or not, but if he'll call me, I can tell him that there's another chat line that we can go to. One all of us used a long time ago. It won't cost us a dime. It's real easy to set up. He got my phone number. If any of them guys call me. But Steve, I read some real interesting information tonight. You know, Israel was counting that they had 82% of their population inoculated,
Mm-hmm.
and that their COVID deaths are going through the roof. People that have been inoculated, you know, and so you know that's when they started trying this ivermectin and some other stuff, and it slowed it down again. But the thing that really just, I don't know if you read it yet or not, but I think old Dr. Fauci has got his ass in the ringer finally. Remember Rand Paul's been talking all this stuff about what Fauci was involved in and, you know, paying money to Wuhan. Well, it's been confirmed. They've confirmed it today about 3 o'clock on Fox News that Dr. Fauci got some fessing up to do. And that during Obama and George Bush and even under the Trump administration, no American money was supposed to be used to any of these outside laboratories for they had another name, but I just call it germ warfare, you know, to study these viruses and stuff. So not only did he, you know, sidestep the law and the presidents, the 3 presidents,
he lied to Congress.
He lied to Congress.
Yep.
So he might be on his way out. And it would be a damn good thing if they put him out. Did you see the pictures down in Louisiana of these solar electric farms that this hurricane just devastated? I mean, just wiped them completely out.
At this point, I have not seen them, but I mean, I guess the winds just destroyed them, right?
Yeah, it just wiped them out. I mean, it wiped out a bunch up there in New York, Pennsylvania, and Louisiana. It really wreaked havoc on them. Today, Buddy Duddy was talking about we're at code red with global warming, and that something had to be done because these storms were getting worse and worse, and the death counts was going up. Well, you know, we've seen it this year or last year in Texas with all these wind farms that were idle because of the ice on the windmill blades and all that. And they had, you know, blackouts all through Texas and stuff from these solar wind farms not being able to operate. But that idiot wants to spend $2 trillion on the green initiative. Now, you know, he is a real smart damn person, right?
Yes, sir.
So anyway, they were talking that they looked from, you know, the 20th century into the 21st century to what the death rate had been caused by these storms, and it hadn't risen. You know, I mean, it was the same thing was when they looked at it in the 20th century. Now we're in the 21st century, and they were saying the death rates or anything hadn't risen. So they went on to talking in the last 100 years, and this is NASA was talking this. The Earth is only heated up 1.5 degrees. 1.5 degrees. So I reckon we're going to spend all our damn money on false information again. And, you know, I mean, you look at all this debacle when Obama tried this out there in California, going to that green initiative, and how many millions and billions of dollars they spent to watch it go down the tube. We got some real smart people up yonder in Washington. I mean, they are some real winners. I don't know where they getting this. I don't know whatever give them the idea. it's just crazy as hell. And I mean, today just really, I mean, just from looking at it on Facebook, I had some time to kill and listen to it on Fox News and stuff. It makes you wonder. You can't make this stuff up like the guy was saying earlier. It's just ludicrous that the American people are letting these bunch of idiots who've been up there for the last 50 years run this country down into a banana republic, and that's what we're headed for. I don't know why they just ain't got together and say, hey, look, we've had enough of this, and we're going to vote your ass out. You're gone. You're done. Get out of here. We don't need you no more. We don't want you. Goodbye. And another thing that I don't understand is, and why that the Republican Party is not working on some of these blue dog Democrats. All we need is 5 seats. And we could put an end to this mess and say, hey, look, y'all know, they always making deals up there. They going to give this one that and that one this. Go to talk to 5 of them Democrats that's kind of swinging on the fence and say, hey, look here, if you come over here on our side and we can get this worked out, we'll do something for your state like they always like to do. And let's end this bull crap. Let's get it over with. Because, I mean, I tell you, Steve, the American people are pushing back more and more every day. I mean, it's just the other thing that really burnt my rear end, that thug up there in Minnesota got more airtime. That drug dealer, that drug user,
George Floyd,
got more airtime than those poor 13 Marines that give their life trying to save somebody. Now, is that not ludicrous? And that's about all I got tonight, Steve. We got to get out here and go back to work, so we'll be listening in.
Thanks for dialing us back up there, Monkey Gouger. All right, Dr. Fauci. Yeah, that's the next, the headline. New documents show Fauci's been keeping us from the truth. He's been accused by critics of lying after newly released documents appear to contradict his claims that his National Institutes of Health did not fund gain-of-function research at the Wuhan lab. Of course, Rand Paul led the criticism this past day after the documents detailed grants given to EcoHealth Alliance, the nonprofit that funneled federal funds to the Wuhan Institute for bat research. Included in the trove of documents is a previously unpublished grant proposal that EcoHealth Alliance, which is run by Dr. Peter Daszak, filed with Fauci's National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease. Fauci's repeatedly insisted funding of the Wuhan lab does not constitute gain-of-function research, which modifies biological agents, and in the case of a virus, could increase its transmittability. Surprise, surprise, Fauci lied again. And I was right about his agency funding novel coronavirus research at Wuhan. That was the tweet sent out by Rand Paul this past day after the documents were made public. In a follow-up tweet, Rand said he's referring the issue to the Department of Justice. I've already asked the DOJ to review Fauci's testimony for lying to Congress. This report should make it abundantly clear he needs to be held accountable. Anyway, the grant proposal included in the documents was for a project entitled Understanding the Risk of Bat Coronavirus Emergence, which involved screening thousands of bat samples, as well as people who worked with live animals for novel coronaviruses. The $3.1 million grant was awarded for a 5-year period, 2014 to 19. After the funding was renewed in 2019, it was suspended by the Trump administration in 2020. But that grant directed $599,000 to the Wuhan Institute of Virology for bat coronavirus research. They highlight they've got a copy of the document. Prior to further altering the mutant viruses, you must provide the NIAID with a detailed description of the proposed alterations and supporting evidence for the anticipated characteristics of each virus. That's all. That's in the technical wording of the actual document there. The proposal acknowledged the risk of such research, saying, quote, field work involves the highest risk of exposure to SARS or other COVs, while working in caves with high bat density overhead and the potential for fecal dust to be inhaled. Documents also include a second grant that was awarded in August of last year. Under the terms and conditions of that approval, there's a section noted prior to further altering the mutant viruses. That's the part I was just sharing with you there. These documents obtained via a Freedom of Information Act request make it clear Fauci has been untruthful about gain-of-function research. Well, back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed the American trucker should work smarter and not harder. That's why he developed the Turbo 3000, made in America by Americans for Americans.
To be successful, just install the Turbo 3000 on your truck. Increase your fuel economy, increase your horsepower while reducing emissions.
But don't take our word for it. Here's another Turbo 3000 success story.
I've had a Turbo 3000 on my 500 ISX Cummins, and I've noticed an increase in fuel economy over those 2.5 years that is better than what it had been without the Turbo 3000. I've noticed smoother idle, not so much smoking. For the price, I don't believe it can be beat.
Attention listeners to America's Trucking Network. Right now, as a special thank you, get a discount of $25 off and free shipping on your purchase of the Turbo 3000. For more information, visit us at turbo3000.com. Like us on Facebook or Instagram, or call us at 833-474-7774.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, heads up in Arizona, where the DOT there is warning truck drivers plan for lengthy delays and possible detours due to a bridge replacement project that starts today, Wednesday. Starting today, officials will close all but one lane in each direction of I-15 at the Virgin River Bridge number 1, Littlefield, Arizona. The lane closure is part of the bridge replacement project to remedy the structural deficiencies so that I-15 can continue to accommodate truck traffic. In addition to lane closures, the project will also require width and weight restrictions for commercial vehicles. All vehicles wider than 10 feet or heavier than 129,000 pounds will be required to use a 224-mile detour route for the duration of the construction project. That's a little bit out of the way. That oversized detour route will direct drivers to US 93, to Nevada State Route 319, Utah State Route 56 between Las Vegas and Cedar City, Utah. This project started in February of this year, most of the work taking place below the bridge. The project is slated for completion by the spring of 2024. That's a long ways down the line. All right, the contractor responsible for the bridge replacement has developed an app that is called Virgin River Bridge. To keep drivers informed about the latest travel info, the app is available for free download on Apple and Android phones. We encourage truck drivers who use I-15 frequently to download this app to stay current on traffic impacts by the bridge number 1 while we improve the bridge. So again, the app is called Virgin River Bridge. Simple as that. 224-mile detour, though, for the big overweights. All right, seeing as we're right up against the top of the hour, Chevy Guy got you coming up next. We'll get Hillbilly Tex on the line and room for you at 844-844-3388. Make our way into a Wednesday. Here comes Hump Day. Good to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
At least one person has been killed in a powerful earthquake that shook southwest Mexico late Tuesday. The U.S. Geological Survey says the 7.1 magnitude quake was centered about 8 miles from the resort town of Acapulco. Reuters reporting that rockfalls and landslides were also seen in the state of Guerrero, where Acapulco is located. There are also phone and power outages in that state. Buildings in Mexico City reportedly shook, and more than 1 million people have lost power in the capital city, more than 230 miles away from the epicenter. And the Department of Agriculture announced a new grant program Tuesday to provide assistance to farmers and food workers affected by the pandemic. The $700 million program will have its funds divided up among state agencies, Native American tribes, and nonprofits. The agency says the funds can be used by workers who had to buy their own PPE, had to take leave after contracting COVID, or had to pay for child care. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. Giza Dream Sheets as low as $49.99, but only if you use my promo code USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special. And the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
President Biden traveled to New Jersey and New York Tuesday to survey damage caused last week by the remnants of Hurricane Ida. The president toured flood damage in Manville, New Jersey, and in Queens, New York. The borough president of Queens says that his community appreciated the president's visit, but Donovan Richards tells CNN that residents want to see a more physical presence from FEMA as they work to recover from the floods.
So one of the things I discussed with the president along with the mayor and the governor today was the importance of having presence on the ground. We want to have mobile FEMA units stationed in these neighborhoods. The mayor did rightfully, and I want to thank him, open up 5 centers across the city, but we need to see a more local hyperbole presence of these centers centered in the neighborhoods impacted. We should not have to travel a mile or 2 miles or 20 miles to get to the nearest centers.
This is USA Radio News.
Bingo lovers, you have to try Bingo Treasure, the bingo game you play anywhere. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com from your smartphone, your tablet, or your computer and play Bingo Treasure for free. Play one card, play more. Work your way through the maze of bingo fun. Bingo Treasure is bingo at the next level. Go right now to BingoRadioUSA.com for your free account and free play. Join the bingo revolution. It's free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com.
Some Republican lawmakers are accusing the State Department of trying to take credit for the evacuation of 4 Americans out of Afghanistan over the weekend. Lance Pry has more.
As the American embassy has been taken over by the Taliban, the State Department has no presence in Afghanistan. Yet when American citizens went into Afghanistan to rescue Americans, the State Department is trying to claim they did the rescuing. Arkansas Governor Republican Tom Cotton on Fox News explains the business of politics is attempting to undermine the intelligence of the American people.
First off, let me commend Corey Mills and so many other veterans over the last 3 weeks who have worked tirelessly, who have sacrificed their time and their money in many cases to help our fellow Americans get out of Afghanistan, or in some cases, the Afghan interpreters who serve loyally beside them. They are some real heroes of this tragedy. It's not surprising to me, though, the State Department higher-ups have come rushing in anytime they see a good news story and try to take credit for it, since it's really been nothing but bad news for Joe Biden and Tony Blinken's State Department.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And more than 400,000 people in Louisiana remain without power more than a week after the area was hit by Hurricane Ida. Nearly 3/4 of New Orleans have had power restored, but another 430,000 people in southeastern Louisiana are still without electricity. Power company Entergy says some parishes may be in the dark until September 17th or later. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yeah, at some point, I suspect we'll hear from Horse Feathers this morning. I have to ask him about the zebras on the loose. They're in Maryland. People doing a double take. Zebras roaming around neighborhoods in Marlboro, Maryland in recent days, according to the report this past afternoon. Shopper 4 spotted 6 zebras in a field Tuesday afternoon. One girl was looking out the window of her family's home, and she did a double take. Kind of stunned and excited, she ran to tell Mom, "Hey, there's a zebra in the backyard." I thought it was a deer for a second, then I said, "Wait, that's a zebra." Of course, Mom thought I was nuts. She also did a double take. Yeah, there wasn't just one zebra, there were 3 in their yard. She said, "I called 311, and the woman on the line thought I was crazy." She paused for a long minute. I said, "Ma'am, I'm not drinking. I have not had drugs. I have zebras in my backyard, walking along the train tracks. I just want to know what surface could come out because I don't want them to get hit." And she paused again for a long time. She said, "Okay, here's the number, lady, whatever." How in the world could there be zebras? Well, it turns out, yes, they were legally owned and apparently escaped from a farm According to animal control officials, they're now in a field where animal control has set up a feeding station so officers can try and corral the animals. It's an unusual sight. In the middle of the day, in the middle of the neighborhood, no less. The hell, there's zebras walking around out here. What's going on this morning, Chevy Guy?
That'd be so cool to see zebras that would be really an amazing event. I want to thank a young lady yesterday evening after the show. She called. That was Cat
Mom, yeah.
And see, Moose was putting a name with a number to keep the riffraff out. There's people already calling and trying to play music over top of everybody what they're saying and stuff, trying to be a burden. So she was in there and said, well, I've just been sitting here listening. I'm not a truck driver. And I encouraged her. I said, hey, it's teamwork. You buy what we haul. And if you didn't buy it, we couldn't haul it. And it just, this is a trucking show, but it's more than anybody. Call. Call, get in there, say what you think, ask what, why does trucks do this? Why leave why do they get upset when I use up that space in front of the truck? Hey, call up, find out what trucking's all about. And by the way, Cat Mom, if you hear this, because yesterday you first time in, I guess, if you get a hold of me, Terry Birkenstock on Facebook, I will definitely get you the numbers of some of the guys you want to talk to. And sometimes right now, even now after the show, there'll probably be 3 or 4, sometimes up to 6 of them on there, doing the same old until we find another way at record. Now, the reason I called, State Department, all right, remember now, these are the same people when Donald Trump told, all right, I want the ambassador to Ukraine removed. 2 years later, after that fake phone call, and they're trying to impeach you. 2 years later, we find out they were just removing. When he took office, he has every right to remove that ambassador for any reason. She should have been gone, but the State Department kept her in there 2 years. Something's wrong with the State Department. All right, on your news this evening, twice now I've heard it. You've got where they snuck some American citizens out.
Yeah.
Now I heard it on with Laura Ingraham, I guess, and she did an interview, and they said the State Department threatened them. The State Department was fighting them. They had more of a problem with the State Department than they did with the Taliban, up to a point where the Taliban almost was going to kill this woman before they got her out. Also, the State Department messed them over when they were in contact with a woman and a child and had got them to come to the gate at the airport, and she was within sight of the gate, and they've lost contact with her. They don't know where she went, and they're afraid that she perished. It goes back to the State Department, even threatened airplanes at Glenn Beck's organization, over $2 million in just funding to get these airplanes in there to get Christians, ministers, and Christians out, because once the Taliban takes over, they're going to wipe those people out no matter what.
Yep.
And the State Department fought them tooth and nail, even to the point where they threatened to shoot down one of the planes as they were coming in. So it's the State Department, really. This State Department needs flushed. This State Department we got a real big problem And now I want to go back just before I, make way for more intelligent callers like horse feathers. But I could just see Dr. Fauci sitting there talking to Ron Paul or what I can see him in that, arguing back and forth. And I can see Ron Paul holding him to the fire and asking about this, and Fauci looking at him and saying, "You don't know what you're talking about, sir.
Yep.
You're not intelligent. You're not smart enough, sir. This is the man that thinks it's okay to play with bat food." So this guy is not elected, but he's controlling this country even more than the president. He's affecting the president's mindset. So yeah, there needs to be accountability with non-elected officials telling us what to do. And that is freedom. That's freedom. As long as we're not around the bowl yet. Still there?
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, sorry. Yeah, we're not going down the bowl yet. There's still people. Glenn Beck's organization. You've got them veterans that actually doing the job. There's too many people out there. We're not going down the bowl. We're not going down. I mean, it just may be our generation's turn to take the fight. And I don't mean taking out guns and shooting our fellow Americans. We all know that the election situation is dog-leg crooked. And I gotta think there's some Democrats out there that know, and they know what's going on in this country, and they don't want what's coming down the pike. So I'm just glad to see that the things are coming about. But I guess the final test on this Dr. Fauci thing is Ron Paul turned it over to the
DOJ.
To the enforcement DOJ. Let's see what they do. And oh well. I think of Ray Barr.
Yeah,
All right.
What do you suspect? What's the DOJ? What's this Department of Justice going to do? Probably nothing.
Probably nothing. All right, buddy. I'm really enjoying the show. I'm going to sit back and copy the mail, and looking forward for horse feathers and tell me what day it is, because it does not feel like it's Wednesday yet.
Thank you. Yes.
All right, buddy. You going to sit back?
Thank you, Chevy Guy. In other weather-related, the heat out west, sizzling heat, has been challenging records in the Southwest the past several days, and that's going to begin to expand into the Northwest states between now and the end of the week, elevating the risk for wildfires, which there's already plenty of that going on. And while a storm is on the way, forecasters say it could actually do more harm than good. Temperatures are the highest temperatures between now and Thursday, while normal highs are generally in the 80s this time of year, from Southern California and Western Arizona up into Southeast Washington. Going to be in the 90s and even over 100 degrees this week. Places like Las Vegas, Fresno, California, temperatures have already begun to shoot up above normal. Looking at, let's see, they were 7 degrees above normal for Labor Day, 106 degrees in Las Vegas. Going to be near 10 degrees above normal today, which would actually tie the record from 1977, where they're forecasting 108 degrees in Las Vegas. Wow. All right. Again, there's a storm system on the way, but there's not going to be a whole lot of moisture with this system. So the concern is going to be lightning. And as we talk about out west, storms where you have what they call dry lightning, thunderstorms that aren't really having rain reach the ground. While rain will generally aim for parts of southwestern Canada, some spotty sprinkles or thunder showers not out of the question for northern Washington overnight tonight. Any rain can help, Unfortunately, it does not look like the storm is going to bring much relief to areas that are on fire right now. Rainfall amounts will be fairly low. With such little precipitation expected, the storm may spell more trouble than relief. Dry lightning is the threat with this system for today and Thursday. The dry lightning risk could be fairly high from northern California to western Montana on Thursday. With ongoing fires and the current heat wave, it's been so hot and so dry that any lightning strike is incredibly dangerous, could start new fires. And while breezes from this storm can maybe disperse some of the smoke, the wind's also going to allow the fires to spread more easily. So is it a blessing or is it a curse? All right, it is 844-844-3388. Hello, Hillbilly Tex. What's going on this morning?
Good morning to you, Steve. I'm glad you're feeling better. This morning, I had several things on the list here, but Gouger pretty much covered all of that about old Goofy up there making his speech about the climate change and all that bull, you know. But, and then I heard you talking a while ago about that Virgin River Gorge Road over yonder. And, most of that road built right down the middle of that Virgin River over there till you pull up, go over the mountain there. Yeah, it's pretty dry. Yeah, sure enough it is. And, hey, Big Moose, I'm sorry I didn't call you back yesterday, and he called me, he texted me about 2:17, I think, yesterday evening, but I didn't get the message till 11:30 tonight, so I figured he was in the bed. I didn't want to wake him up.
Right.
But this damn Fauci feller, I'm telling you, well, we knew it from the word go, you know. I tell you what, but that really, the thing that really upsets me, Steve, is just everybody blaming it on climate change. If I look back through the history, it's been doing this all ever since the Earth was formed. You know, I don't understand it. Well, I know we got them big old ice things. Well, them big ice things that come down them gorges. But here they've been melting for 500-600 years. But next year they may start growing back. You know, I don't understand it.
Yep.
But anyway, hey, Big Moose, if you up, call me. I'm sorry I missed your text. Like I say, I didn't get it till 11:30 tonight, and I don't want to call and wake him up. But anyway, Steve, old Chevy guy, I got them little old Sputniks you put in your ear there, but what the heck is that little button for on that one? I don't know how to work it. So, well, Steve, you have a great morning. We had a good show and enjoyed talking to Cat Mom yesterday morning. And have a great show tonight, and everybody keep a shiny side up.
All right. Well, good to hear from you there, Hillbilly Tex. You do the same. Have a good morning. And with that, it is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, it sounds like there may have been some frightening moments at the Iowa 80 Trucking Museum Monday night. Multiple firefighting agencies responding to a fire at the Iowa 80 Trucking Museum about 11:30 p.m. Monday night. Apparently, the marquee sign at the Trucking Museum caught fire. Museum officials said a customer spotted the fire, called 911, which, of course, a facility of that size. Firefighters from the Walcott, Durant, Bluegrass fire departments all responding to the scene, and they actually were able to keep the damage contained to the sign. Thank goodness. No injuries reported. The Trucking Museum will reopen for business today, they tell us. Cause of the fire under investigation. Of course, the Iowa 80 Trucking Museum, created by Iowa 80 Truck Stop founder Bill Moon for the purpose of preserving and celebrating trucking history. Yeah, of course, just had the Walcott Jamboree here a few weeks ago. And every year they're got a habit of celebrating the 100th anniversary of a respective truck. What was it, a 1921 something truck that was celebrated here this year at Walcott? All right, about 25 past the hour. What's going on this morning, Pappy?
What's happening, Steve? How you feeling, buddy?
Trying to maintain vocal cords.
Man, dude, if you make it Friday night, I'll be surprised, but we'll see what happens, right?
Yeah, right.
Steve, I got a vent, man. Sorry, I got a vent. Been a little while since I called in because, I wasn't feeling too good myself, but I'm feeling a lot better now, man. Steve, did you hear about, I missed a few of your shows, so if I'm repeating some stuff, just bear with me. But did you hear that Biden was held in contempt by the Parliament of Great Britain?
Indeed.
Like 2 weeks, prior before August 31st?
Yep.
And Steve, some of the language they were using was brutal too. I mean, they were questioning his mental incompetency, man. I don't think any of this was reported on the communist socialist media. I don't think they've been reporting it. I don't know. But the Brits no longer trust us, Steve. No longer, brother. That's why they send in their own people to pull out their own people. Boris Johnson took matters into his own hands and assisted us in getting his people out, and some U.S. citizens too. Steve, what's the president's name? Afghanistan, is it?
Gianni, what? How the hell?
Yeah, the guy that packed all the money in the helicopter and flew out. Yeah, that's right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm sure you probably heard about the phone call, right? Between him and Biden.
Yeah, telling him you need to kind of change the narrative. You got to make it look like things are going well. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, maybe help you out with some airstrikes. Didn't they try to impeach Trump for a phone call? Right? Saying, hey, man, do us a favor, investigate Hunter Biden, and, if you don't do this, we might not give you some missiles, right? Didn't they impeach Trump over this bogus phone call? Well, you got Biden on tape doing this, right? He needs to be impeached. Not only that, Steve, the act of treason, right? It has to be done in a time of war. And when he came out and gave his presser, right, what did he say? He said, the war is over, right? Treason consists of giving aid and comfort to the enemy.
Yeah.
It's pretty clean cut and simple, right? Not only about all the equipment, Steve. I mean, you listed off, a few nights ago, everything we gave them, military equipment-wise. It's unfathomable, Steve.
Yep.
We're talking hundreds, thousands of saws, automatic machine guns. I mean, let me calm down here. All the biometric equipment we gave them, Steve. When they were talking about, hey, we gave them all the names of the Afghans and interpreters and stuff, right? Now they can go hunt them down. Steve, they gave them all the biometric equipment. So they can search out, find, identify these people, and execute them. Let me try to explain this real quick, because I know you're getting at the bottom of the hour here. But, in law enforcement, when you get arrested, right, for misdemeanor or felony, you get taken down to the jail, you get fingerprinted, right? Most people know this, but I'll just kind of fill it in for people who maybe really don't understand. Them fingerprints get entered into a database. RCIC, Regional Crime Information Center. If it's a felony arrest, they get entered also into NCI, the Crime Information Center. So if somebody, trying to act like they don't know who they are, you fingerprint them, and if they had any arrest anywhere in the country, Steve, it'll pop up, right? So all the Afghan soldiers and interpreters were obviously vetted, and all their information was put in a database, right?
And
some of our undercover
and now the Taliban has all of that database. Yeah, if you can, your microphone is canceling out. It's just doing 100% noise cancellation instead of 99. Do a quick adjustment. Take care of our news break, though. We'll come back, pick up there. Steve Sommers, Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A pretrial hearing for 5 men accused of planning the September 11th attacks got underway Tuesday after years of delays. Accused mastermind of the attacks, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, and the 4 others faced a military commission for the first time in more than a year, as the trial has been delayed because of the pandemic. Proceedings inside the court at Guantanamo Bay went on for several hours before the judge dismissed the court ahead of schedule to allow both sides to regroup and strategize. And President Biden is set to lay out a new strategy to combat the Delta variant of the coronavirus. The president will announce his strategy Thursday during remarks from the White House. Press Secretary Jen Psaki told reporters Tuesday that the plan is a 6-pronged strategy that is likely to include encouragement for the private sector to introduce more vaccine mandates. The announcement coming as the nation passed 40 million confirmed cases of COVID since the beginning of the pandemic last year. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Life can be full of risks. One thing you shouldn't take a risk with ever is your family's health insurance. If you're self-employed or you now need affordable health insurance, you need to make this free call right now and see how the Health Insurance Helpline can help you get it. We specialize in helping the self-employed and people just like you that need affordable health insurance to get it. We have short and long-term health insurance plans, and some even cover dental, vision, and prescription drugs. Don't take a risk with your family's health insurance. It's not worth it. If you're self-employed or now need affordable health insurance, call right now and learn for free how to get it. Listen, affordable health insurance plans for everyone just like you are a free phone call away. So give us a shout right now.
800-470-8021. 800-470-8021. 800-470-8021. That's 800-470-8021.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmission Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, thank you much. We'll pick up there where we left off at 844-844-3388. And all right, we were talking with Pappy there. So you get entered into the local crime database, your fingerprints, and then it gets entered into the national database. And essentially what the Taliban now has is the biometric, the data on anyone that helped the United States over the 20 years.
Yes, sir. And not only that, Steve, there's portable equipment. Some of the undercover guys, when they stop these people on the highway and they carry no identification, it's hard to ID them. Rather than take them down to the jail and fingerprint them, Steve, they got portable fingerprints where stick your right index finger into this little box here, and within about 30 seconds, maybe, all his information is going to pop up.
Wow.
It's all portable. Now, they gave the Taliban all this equipment, Steve. They got portable equipment also. Not only that, Steve, they did reticle scans on all these people. You follow me?
Yep.
So you show up at a checkpoint, right? They don't even have to hunt them down. They can just set up checkpoints. Anybody coming through this checkpoint, stick your right index finger into this box. If they get a hit, off with their heads.
Boom.
If you cut your right index finger off, thinking you might escape, right, detection, are you going to gouge your eyes out too, Steve? They'll just do a reticle scan. Unbelievable. Steve, this is crazy what they've given these people. You can't tell me with everything going on that is not an act of treason. Blows my mind, Steve. Two other things real quick. I'm going to get off here. Did you get, let's talk about the supply chain, Steve. Anytime in war, if you can cut the supply chain off the enemy, you win the war. China owns the supply line right now, Steve. We see it going on with everything, right? You can't find this, can't find that. Everything goes from China. All the medical supplies, everything comes from China. Dude, if they cut us off, we're screwed.
Yep.
Big time. You want to talk about chaos? The other thing, Steve, people need to go out. I don't want to freak anybody out, but I'm telling you, you need to be prepared for what might be coming. The other thing, did you get that email I sent you? It was maybe a week, 2 weeks ago. Out in California, they are paying criminals with extensive history $300 to $500 a month not to shoot anybody. What the hell is this place?
I touched on that last evening. Yeah, I mean that's you're rewarding someone for not committing additional crimes, right? Because these are people that are at high risk, supposedly, for potentially shooting someone.
Yeah. So each month you check in, hey, you haven't been arrested for shooting anybody? Here's your check for $500. Just when you think it can't get no crazier.
Who comes up with these brilliant ideas?
These whacked out communists trying to take over this country, Steve. Man, everybody needs to wake up. I think there's a lot of people starting to wake up, Steve. That this ain't no joke. China has infiltrated our country big time, Steve. Look, everything, corporate America, right? Big tech. Even our government, Steve, but make no mistake about it, they have infiltrated our government. It's been going on for decades. They infiltrated our education system. That's how they've been brainwashing all these people that are leaders now, so-called leaders and in charge, brainwashed them into this belief, this socialism, communism. I think a lot of people are starting to wake up to it. But man, I think I said it last week, give it till 2022. And, we got to get this election stuff figured out. But man, if we don't take the House and keep the Senate, we're in trouble, big trouble. You hear in Georgia where they set up the drop boxes? That every drop box had a camera on it, Steve. There's I think they said a million hours or maybe minutes
of footage.
But I mean, there's so many footage, right, that they've been going through, and they're finding these people that are showing up with backpacks, right, dumping thousands of ballots into these drop boxes.
Stuff in the boxes, huh?
Stuff in the boxes with thousands and thousands and thousands of ballots. So watch for some of this coming out too. So, hey man, thanks for taking my call, Steve. I hope you feel better, brother. Hang in there. I think you'll get better. It might take a little time to get through it, but it ain't COVID, baby.
That's the key right there. Yeah, you spent like what three weeks with the cough or whatever.
Yeah, it's 3 weeks, Steve. It's still not totally away, but I feel a lot better. So rock on, man. Be safe out there, everybody. Thanks a bunch, Steve.
All right, thank you much. Good to hear from you, Pappy. 17 before the. I'm glad you're feeling better as well. About 17 before the hour. Yeah, right on the heels. We touched last evening on California announcing, we're going to pay these individuals to not shoot somebody. New York City's. Yeah, it can't be outdone by California. New York City plans to fight crime by paying at-risk youths to choose getting a high school equivalent diploma or a driver's license instead of a gun. A new $1 million crime prevention program pairs young people at high risk of gun violence with mentors to help them set and be paid stipends for career-driven accomplishments. National law enforcement groups question the endeavor. Quote, providing a financial incentive to not commit gun crime is most assuredly a fanciful, unscientific solution to a very specific problem. Instead of stigmatizing and punishing a bad behavior, this program rewards a neutral behavior. It'll undoubtedly be rife with fraud, while supporting the idea of a youth mentoring program. Yeah, this New York City program seems like a case of throwing good money after bad. Precisely how much money an individual youth can earn is not certain. We're still in the progress of rolling out the next step. This is being modeled after something called Advance Peace, an anti-gun violence program that was founded in Richmond, California back in 2010. Although that program saw success early on, adoption elsewhere was discouraged after critics scoffed at the idea of giving money to people for complying with the law. The law is the law to begin with. Now, since that program was adopted in Richmond, California, apparently 4 additional cities, Stockton, Fresno, and Sacramento in California, and Fort Worth, Texas, have also embraced the program. Okay. Mayor de Blasio announced his intention to bring Advance Peace to New York City to help combat the increase in shootings and fatalities that occurred last year. Murders reached a 9-year peak last year. So we're going to start paying individuals to not commit crimes. Long story short. Hey, good morning, Philip. What's happening?
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Hanging with them.
Hey, so you're telling me in the United States we're paying somebody to be a law-abiding citizen?
That is correct.
Is that what you're telling me, Steve?
Yep.
Now, Have you ever heard that term when people go and see somebody else's kids and they're saying, oh, they're paying them off? That sounds like what we're doing, ain't it? With that deal? And come on. We'll pay them off. Going to pay them to get them off the street and do that stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Shouldn't have been on the street to start with. So mom and dad needs to get out there and whoop some butts. What they need to do. Hate to say it that way, but and Pappy, you got the right idea about that fingerprint technology. I already think that they had it before they got to Afghanistan. I know that the Taliban and all ISIS and all these guys, they've got to be paying people to take care of their computer stuff because they're all over the social networks and all this other stuff. So, they probably were in that stuff a long time ago. The part that scares me, Steve, is do you know what recognition software is?
No, like facial recognition? Sure, yeah.
Okay, well, they can do facial recognition. They can do a body type recognition. That software, and that gets in the hands of the wrong people. Watch out. There's a lot of major institutions that have that in the United States. As far as the fingerprints, I do believe what Pappy is saying is true about the fingerprints and what you said true about the fingerprints. Because I know when I had my hazmat license, I had to get background checked every 2 years with my hazmat license for driving a truck. And that then went into a TSA program. And I'm pretty sure the TSA shares with the CIA and Interpol and all these other organizations across the world for those fingerprints. And that's kind of how they found a lot of the guys that worked on 9/11. They were in a database. They found their facial recognition way back in 9/11. So it's scary, but the only thing that I think the Taliban, they have to pay somebody to do it. The guys that actually do the fighting and stuff, I don't think they have the know-how to do that stuff. I've said it before about the helicopters and all the other stuff that they have. I don't think that they have the know-how to do it. But I'm pretty sure that if they don't have it, they're going to try to find some money and pay somebody off to get them to do it for them. And then if they don't do it, they'll just wipe them out. But that's pretty much all I got to say about that point. But Steve, did you see we're going to get a little bit of rain later this week down here?
That's what I'm seeing. A little tropical disturbance may be coming through, huh?
Yeah. They only looking like 30 or 40% for it forming, but it looks like it's going to go across the top up by Jacksonville and come out. And they're more concerned about it when it gets out onto the Atlantic side than they are on the Gulf side. But I don't trust the Gulf as well. I mean, you've seen what happened with Ida there in the Gulf. So I mean, it don't take much to get them things spawned up. And Larry, that thing is still out there. I tell you what, that thing is just amazing me. I was looking at it this morning. It's not going to be a tropical storm till it's almost Europe. If you look at the way the Weather Service maps are showing, have you seen that, Steve?
How it's going to hold together. I mean, it could still be a strong tropical storm when it hits up there in like Newfoundland.
Yeah, they're showing this morning when I looked at the Hurricane Center's map, they're showing it being a hurricane up in Canada.
Wow.
So you think about it, there's nothing out there to stop it. You look at it, it's over the water, it's going. Now, the one that Ida was pretty much the same size that Larry is right now as far as intensity. And when it hit Louisiana at about a 4. And it didn't die out to a hurricane till it was all the way up into Tennessee, almost to Tennessee, parts of it. So, I mean, this thing has nothing to stop it. It's like free sliding out there on that water, but it's going to take it that long to go. Did you see the measurements on that storm, Steve?
I saw the eye wall had shrunk a little bit from 70 miles to 60 miles. It was 60 miles across the eye of the storm.
Hey, think about it. In the center of that eye, the wind is probably about 10 to 15 knots. Okay, you go out from the eye, you go about 20 miles, and you're hitting it about 120 miles an hour on the wind. Going out 30 miles from that. And then across the thing was 350 miles across it.
Yep.
I saw Cantori last night talking about it. He said it was 350 miles across that storm. That's crazy. That's unbelievable. And it's still going. I mean, shoot, that means by the time, if it gets to Ireland or England, they're going to get some pretty good stuff up there. They probably could have a tropical depression by the time it gets up there. I know when it gets up further north, that cold water is going to kill it a lot, but that's freaking nature right there. I wouldn't want to be out there in Bermuda. If that thing does the right turn like they think it's going to do, which I hope it does for Bermuda's sake, because I wouldn't want that thing coming over Bermuda. I know it'd probably be pretty quick, but still, that's a big storm. That's a good 24-hour event from the get-go, and depending on where it's at. But, man, I wouldn't want to be in that mess. So, but that's all I got pretty much for today, Steve. And by the way, I want to thank the people that are building Interstate 4 up down here. They're doing a good job, but I don't understand why you build this nice road and you only put 2 lanes in for express lanes. I really don't get it, but I guess they're going to make their money on something. So you have a good one, bud. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip, for checking in. Have a good morning. Be safe. Have a great day there in Florida. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hear the power and feel the noise. NTA Championship Bowling's All-Star Invitational is back for one final meltdown. The 34th annual Enderley Pull-Off roars into Champaign County Fairgrounds in Urbana. Saturday, September 18th at 5 p.m. One huge session of bowling on 2 tracks. Tractors, trucks, minis, and semis will all be there, with over 100 qualifiers in 21 divisions. These pullers are the best of the best from both NTPA's regional and Grand National circuits, vying for their share of over $105,000. Open pit area to see these incredible machines up close and meet the drivers from across the USA. AllStarPoll.com has the details. Purchase discount tickets for $20, saving $5 off day of show admission. Ticket outlets include O'Reilly Auto Parts Store, Farmers Equipment in Urbana, Farmer's Daughter Restaurant in Urbana, and Dave Kale Chevrolet in Mechanicsburg. Children under 10 are free. The Enderley Pull-Off, Saturday, September 18th at the Champaign County Fairgrounds, Urbana. NTPA season finale. Go to AllStarPoll.com for more.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we've got lines available. Like to jump on board, it's 844-3388. Heading toward top of the hour news break. Just minutes away. And Big Moose, what's happening this morning?
Oh, Lord. What ain't happening? I tell you what, when it rains, it pours at my house. Anyway, that previous conference outfit that we were using, it didn't support the T-Mobile plan, so everybody that had T-Mobile got pinged for it. Well, I called up there and raised Cain about it, and I said, well, that's just sorry about your luck. If you got T-Mobile, you're going to have to pay. That's just the way it works because they're outside of our network or whatever,
Okay.
I said, well, because like Hillbilly, I talked to Tex there, and it didn't charge him. And didn't charge nobody that's got Verizon, didn't charge nobody that's got Sprint or AT&T, but for some reason they don't like T-Mobile. So I said, well, that's just not going to work, because a lot of people got T-Mobile, And so anyway, I got a different outfit set up here, and matter of fact, if you check your email, I just 30 seconds ago sent you the new information. So if you want to pass that along, that's the one we're going to be using. Now, this one here, it just standard rates apply. So if you got unlimited call and text, it ain't going to cost you nothing.
Okay, I pulled it up here, so yeah, got the number here.
Yeah, so we'll use that one from here on out. Because like I said, now if you got a limit on your data or your talk minutes or whatever, of course that's between you and the phone company. But as long as you got unlimited call and text, that should be.
Most people have that. I mean,
right. Yeah. So. But, so I just wanted to update everybody on that. So I think this is going to be the way to go.
All right. So you want us to share that like on the discussion board or whatever, the YouTube and Facebook people and all that, or?
Yeah, and anybody who wants it, they can have it. So, because we're going to use this number now instead of the previous one. Because like I said, anybody that had T-Mobile, the previous one was pinging them.
I know. I spent a few hours on there. I mean, so I'll probably get hit with what Steve said. He got hit for like $8 or something, wasn't it?
Right. Yeah, it was like a penny a minute. I mean, it wasn't nothing outrageous.
Nothing big. 60 cents for an hour. Well, what chapped my hind end was I was paying for that service a month with the proviso that as long as I was paying, nobody else had to. Well, apparently that was true except T-Mobile users. I said, well, a lot of people have T-Mobile. I know like 15 people that's got T-Mobile. So I said that's not going to work, Uh-huh.
So we got that hammered out. We had a cordial 4-letter word about noontime today. So I told them basically where they could get off the bus, so we stopped the payments to that particular outfit. We're going to go with this one. So, but I'm getting ready to skate down to jolly old London town, so I'll be sitting back and copying the mail, and that's all my baloney. Keep it between the spotted and the solid. We'll be 10-10 till we do it again.
All right, sounds like a plan. All right, thank you much. Didn't take you long to get something else set up there, but. All right, so we'll get our top of the hour news update, get the very latest what's going on. We've got clear lines, all right? 2 hours to go. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A pretrial hearing for 5 men accused of planning the September 11th attacks got underway Tuesday after years of delays. Accused mastermind of the attacks, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, and the 4 others faced a military commission for the first time in more than a year, as the trial has been delayed because of the pandemic. Proceedings inside the court at Guantanamo Bay went on for several hours before the judge dismissed the court ahead of schedule to allow both sides to regroup and strategize. And President Biden is set to lay out a new strategy to combat the Delta variant of the coronavirus. The president will announce his strategy Thursday during remarks from the White House. Press Secretary Jen Psaki told reporters Tuesday that the plan is a 6-pronged strategy that is likely to include encouragement for the private sector to introduce more vaccine mandates. The announcement coming as the nation passed 40 million confirmed cases of COVID since the beginning of the pandemic last year. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River, its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. Giza Dream Sheets as low as $49.99, but only if you use my promo code USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special. And the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
An elections reform bill delayed for days by an exodus of Democratic lawmakers is now the law in Texas. Tim Berg has more.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott is signing an election bill into law. The Republican governor telling reporters it's a great bill because it expands early voting to 12 days, noting it's longer than President Biden's home state of Delaware. Abbott saying the bill will also make it harder for ballot harvesting and will withstand any legal challenges.
Whenever laws like this are passed, the first thing the Democrats do is they run to the courthouse and try to challenge it. I feel extremely confident that when this law makes it through the litigation phase, it will be upheld.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And more than 400,000 people in Louisiana remain without power more than a week after the area was hit by Hurricane Ida. Nearly three-quarters of New Orleans have had power restored, but another 430,000 in southeastern Louisiana are still without electricity. This is USA Radio News.
Bingo lovers, you have to try Bingo Treasure, the bingo game you play anywhere. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com from your smartphone, your tablet, or your computer and play Bingo Treasure for free. Play one card, play more. Work your way through the maze of bingo fun. Bingo Treasure is bingo at the next level. Go right now to BingoRadioUSA.com for your free account and free play. Join the bingo revolution. It's free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com.
4 American citizens, a woman and her 3 children, were evacuated out of Afghanistan over the weekend via an overland route by a private group of veterans. In a statement announcing the evacuation, the State Department said that the U.S. had facilitated the rescue, prompting the organizers of the mission to accuse them of trying to steal the credit for their work. Congressman Michael Waltz says that the State Department should be working hand-in-hand with these private organizations. The Florida Republican tells Fox News that the U.S. government has no presence in Afghanistan and should be trying to find ways to work around the post-pullout limitations.
The fact is we'd pulled all of our military assets out, and we should have been going out and getting Americans, not telling them, well, get there if you can. So these veterans, many of whom I've talked to, have quit their jobs or on leave, doing whatever it takes, and they're not going to quit. I mean, the evacuation's still ongoing, not just for Americans, but for our Afghan allies that we promised that we would get out. They're not going to stop. So my strong advice, and I wrote a letter to Secretary Blinken on this over the weekend, is engage these groups, have them into your office, let's celebrate the victories together, and have a public-private partnership going forward, because the reality is we've got no troops on the ground, no diplomats on the ground. All you really have are these private organizations that are stepping in with their own money, time, and resources to get the job done, and that's what we should be focused on.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you much, and welcome back on a Wednesday. Hey, it's Hump Day. Crossing over the midnight hour, working our way into the 8th day of September. Let me see here. Not a whole lot of comments on the discussion board tonight. Yeah, I did see about an hour ago, Santa Claus checking in. Top of the morning, Steve, and the drivers out there. The Caldor fire slowed down a bit. And the Dixie fire is approaching the 1 million acre mark. Yeah, that's a big one. All right, good to hear from you, Santa Claus. I know they're talking about maybe a little bit of rain coming into the mix. All right, Eskimo Mom said got a little bit of a light show north and west of 64 in southern Indiana. Yeah, the heavier rain is pushing on down into southern Indiana. We had some light rain pushing through here, southwest Ohio, but yeah, just a little bit of rain, not much. Not going to amount to anything. I think once this clears out, we're supposed to have a sunny day. Looking pretty good. Let me see here. Billy checking in. The morning, Steve Sommers in the overnight drive, folks. Just joining us, 72 degrees in Beulahville, North Carolina. Billy just checking in there. All right, let's see. Lori said, morning, Steve. Thank you, Big Moose, for setting up the new line there. Can't wait to hear the new information. I went ahead and I printed that out, so to hell, I guess I could go ahead and throw the number out there and type it in for those that are on the discussion board. There's Papa Rock checking in from Texarkana, Texas. Morning, Papa Rock. Good to have you with us. All right, so this is the new line he set up. We'll try it for the after show. This time it'll be area code 605. 605-562-8400. Again, 605-562-8400. Then you get your PIN code once again, which will be 739-9447. For all those for the after show. Just as the other line, people were finally getting the word out. Cat Mom tried it for the first time yesterday. So now we got a new number. But again, people like myself, I guess, won't get hit with a penny per minute. I mean, a penny per minute. I'll have a few bucks on my phone bill this month, but I mean, not a big deal. But either way, I guess the fact that Big Moose had worked out that deal where he was paying like $100 a month and it wasn't supposed to charge anybody. That was his impression. That was what he was led to believe when he set that whole thing up. Hard to imagine. Here we are. This is the 8th. So we're 3 days away from the 20th anniversary of the September 11 attacks. And they still haven't identified all the bodies. The remains of 2 victims were actually confirmed yesterday. Apparently, thanks to advanced DNA technology, according to officials in New York, the office of the city's chief medical examiner said they have formally identified the 1,646 and 47th victim of the attacks on the Twin Towers. 2,753 were killed. There's still over 1,000 that haven't been officially identified. These are the first identifications for the collapse of the World Trade Center since October of 2019. So 20 years ago, we made a promise to the families of World Trade Center victims to do whatever it takes, for as long as it takes, to identify their loved ones. And with these 2 new identifications, we continue to fulfill that sacred obligation, no matter how much time passes. Since September of 2001, we will never forget, and we pledge to use all the tools at our disposal to make sure all those who were lost can be returned or reunited with their families. Victim 1,646, identified as Dorothy Morgan of Hempstead, Long Island. Her identity confirmed through DNA testing of remains recovered all the way back in 2001. The other identification was a man whose name is being withheld at the request of his family, but his identification confirmed through DNA testing of remains that were recovered, several different remains, 2001, 2002, 2006. Medical examiner described the painstaking push to identify every victim as the largest and most complex forensic investigation in the history of this country. The office said new identifications 20 years after the tragedy are being made possible by advances in DNA science. They use advanced testing to match DNA fragments from victims with samples provided by relatives. All right, there you go. 1,106 victims, or 40% of those who died on that day, are still unidentified 20 years later. All right, 13 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Back to the phones we go. There's, Rambler, good morning.
Good morning, Stephen. Good morning, Overdrive Night Nation. Sitting here making a late night run up here to Hattiesburg. Glad to be talking to you. Man, I tell you, that's just ridiculous. Over 20 years, they just now trying to identify, or finally identifying some more people.
Yeah.
And I thought technology had come a long way, Steve, you know. I forget who used to say it, but it's a Travis mockery is what it is. It's just a travesty, a Travis mockery. But I never will forget what I was doing that fateful morning. I was on I-610, listening to Bob and Tom in the morning, and I was heading down to Port Lavanica, Texas. And I never will forget. You knew something was wrong because, you know, I didn't have a TV or couldn't get access to a TV because, you know, just wasn't around. You know, you had to go to a truck stop or something like that to see what was going on. But when Tom Brokaw broke on either Tom Brokaw or Dan Rather broke in, I heard his voice on the radio. I knew right then. I said, man, that ain't no accident. We have been attacked. And it was just crazy day, you know. And it just kind of pisses me off how this puppet, I don't even refer to him as president because, in my opinion, he never won the presidency to begin with. He was cheated in, and he's definitely not all there. He's definitely not cognizant. But the way he just botched Afghanistan, I mean, good Lord! I was listening to your news segment, how volunteers, you know, organizations, former Afghan. You know, our troops that served in Afghanistan are going back in to get these people. You know, I tell you, if we take back the House and hopefully the Senate in 2022, they need to impeach Joe and Kamala Harris. And you know, Nancy Pelosi needs to be held up right there with them. She's just as guilty as they are, because in my opinion, that's who's running the whole show. That's the puppet master right there. That evil, evil, evil witch. Steve, that's an evil woman. So, well, that's my 2 cents on that. Saturday before last, we had the funeral for Dirty Diapers, and man, it was so nice. You know, Kingsway Baptist Church was packed out, Steve. There were so many people that showed up to pay their respects for him, and you know, the minister pulled me off to the side, asked me to speak about 10 minutes, and I did. And you know, you go to my profile picture. You know, my real name is Perry L. McDaniel. you know, and you go to my Facebook page. It's under my name, Perry Diana McDaniel. You'll see a picture of me in Dirty Diaper. We both have on these red caps that say, Jesus Christ, he is a real thing. You know, last time you and I, you know, talked, you'd brought up about what he would do. And I'm telling you, he would do it every time he stopped and got something to eat. He'd make a waiter or a waitress tell him 3 things God couldn't do. And even if they couldn't get it right, it could be a $20, $50. Sometimes he's even laid out $100 tip to help a poor person out, you know, that's, you know, kind of needs a little extra help. And but then we got to telling other stories about things that my father did, like having, you know, a couple of good runs, going into the pastor's office and handing him $1,000 check just to make sure that every child got to go to summer camp. He wanted to make sure that these young children got to know the gospel, because obviously they're not getting it at home no more. That's not, you know, saying, you know, every parent, you know, isn't doing that. There's a lot of parents that are doing that, but there's a lot that aren't, just letting their kids run wild and do whatever. So he would make sure, you know, to give money to make sure these kids could go to summer camp and hear the gospel presented to them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just one of many things my father did. But those caps, Steve, he would always come into town and get them made, and they were expensive. And he would hand them out, pass them out, just, you know. And what got me and brought tears in my eyes was the amount of those red caps that showed up. Old men, young men walked into that church wearing those caps, you know. And of course, we had buried him with one of those caps. And I tell you, here's what was surreal, and here's what got me. When I got up to his casket, and I got to look in my father's face one last time before I see him in heaven, I looked down at the suit they put him in, and I looked at the suit that I was wearing. Steve, we were wearing the same exact suit. I mean, same exact suit. I was like, what a coincidence this is.
Wow.
This surely wasn't planned, you know. It wouldn't. And but man, it was just a great service. And you know, the plot he had picked, just overlooking Stone Mountain, beautiful view of Stone Mountain over in Georgia. So it went well. You know, I told the congregation about, you know, our program, you know, that we all listen to, and the cast of characters, and about how many people were praying for him, and just a real good service, Steve. Really was. And I appreciate everyone praying for us.
Yeah, I had someone actually called in the after hours program, I think, the other morning, asking how Dirty Diapers was, and they weren't aware that he'd passed away. So, yeah, for those that may have missed that, he fought the fight, but it's a couple weeks ago, I guess, right, that he passed away?
Yes, it was August 22nd.
Okay.
About 11:53 at night when he took his last breath. They said it was one of the most peaceful. You know, that he went so peaceful. He just he was up, and he said, "I'm tired," and he just went on to bed, and his pulse just kept on dropping and dropping. To finally, he was just gone. Just that quick.
Wow.
Just real peaceful, really at rest, and but it was just a good time. Here's another funny story. Here's how God works. Remember the tornado of 1999, the one that ripped through Oklahoma City? It's recorded as being the most powerful tornado that ever touched down on planet Earth. I did not know it, but I was about to get into Oklahoma City. I was on I-35. I was coming up from Texas. And I got real sleepy, and I was like, man, I got to pull over. I got to get a nap. Unbeknownst to me, he was on I-35, opposite side of Oklahoma City, and the same thing happened to him. He told my stepmother, he's like, you know, I got to pull over. I got to get a nap. And about the same time, we didn't even know we were, you know, even near one another, but we both got sleepy at that same time. We both had to pull over. And during that time we were pulled over is when that tornado touched down and ripped through the middle of Oklahoma City. What a coincidence.
Wow.
And I want to tell you just one more story about how God works. I'm watching the clock, so I don't want to get into the news hour and everything like that. My father always had Bible verses put on his truck. You know, Philippians 4:19, I'll supply all your riches I'll supply all your needs by my riches and glory. You know, and he was an advocate for speaking out against abortion. This one particular time, he had backed into a truck stop, him and my stepmother. He backed into a truck next to him. Now listen to this. This is the gospel truth. A man come out of his truck, knocked on his truck, asked him to come down. He did. He gave him a hug. He said, thank you. And my father was like, thank me for what? He's like, you just saved my life. He said, how did I do that? He said, I'm in the cab of my truck. I've done lost everything. My wife has left. I'm about to lose my business. He said, sir, I had a gun. I had it in my mouth. He said, God, if you are who you say you are, you'll stop me right now. And at the moment he said that, my father backed in, and the first thing he saw was Philippians 4:19. Talk about God working in strange ways. God showed up through my father, Dirty Diaper. And that man didn't kill himself. You know, I mean, the moment he said, God, if you are who you say you are, you'll stop me from doing this.
Yes,
and as he said that, my father was backing in at that time. He saw that big sign on my father's truck, Philippians 4:19. So God reassured that man, hey, I'll supply your needs. You just got to trust in me, and I'll do it.
That's amazing.
But it is. I mean, there's no secret what God can do. And, you know, he truly believed in helping people. He believed in helping the downtrodden, you know, and just all around good person. I know where he's at. And I tell you what, if I was to go tonight, I'd be glad to see him. I hope that don't happen because I still have work here to do on this earth, Steve. But I'm like you know, I'm carrying that mantle, carrying that torch, and still out here at 2:23 my time, Central Time, heading up here to do my job, man.
Rambler, it's always great to hear from you. I'm glad you took the time out to dial us up, and I mean, amazing stories. Always love to hear your stories, Rambler.
Thanks, brother. And before I go, there's one more thing that me and my father asked about, and I got to ask for him. Whatever happened to Droopy George? Remember that caller that used to call in? Droopy George, whatever became of him.
I remember the name, and that character, I honestly don't know. Not sure.
10-4. Well, we'll catch you next time, and I listen every night. Just try not to call in that often. I love you, everybody. God bless you, Steve. I love you. I'll catch you on the flip side. 10-4.
Be safe out there, Rambler. There you go. 26 past the hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue DEF Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yeah, we're rolling toward news break here, bottom of the hour. A couple minutes away. And, of course, get back to your calls. Lines available at 844-844-3388. Again, if you're just joining us for the first time this week, I hope you had a good Labor Day weekend. I know a lot didn't get back out on the road until Tuesday after the holiday weekend. It's a question that I myself have been asking on more than one occasion, right here on this program. And Dr. Scott Atlas was asked the question this past day. Yeah, why are no COVID trials being conducted on cheap and safe drugs that have shown efficacy? Why is it? Atlas says, why is it that we have not had adequate clinical trials on widely available, cheap, safe drugs that we know would have a mechanism that would indicate it might work? Now, Dr. Atlas is a radiologist, a former coronavirus advisor in the Trump administration, said one such drug, ivermectin, is cheap and safe. It has not undergone the large phase 3 controlled studies. He then criticized the National Institutes of Health for their gross failure to deliver a study on cheap and safe drugs a full 18 months since the pandemic began. Somehow, we're in a world where the vaccine is the only possible way to limit your risk, he says. He said, if you'll look back at the beginning of HIV, the AIDS crisis, it was the same Dr. Anthony Fauci that spent more time focusing on vaccines and not focusing on drugs that were available or that would be available. And in the end, the vaccine for AIDS still does not exist. The push for vaccines is a pattern of these people in charge, but I don't know why, he says. According to Gert van den Bosch, who holds a doctorate in virology from the University of Germany, conducting mass vaccinations against the coronavirus is counterproductive and is promoting its evolution. conducting mass vaccination campaigns on a background of high infection rates generates the optimal conditions for breeding more infectious variants. Which, help me out here, does that not appear to be exactly what's transpiring? We've seen the Delta variant, and now they're telling us about this brand new Mu variant, which is even less affected by the vaccines, apparently. He lastly said the combination of massive spike-directed immune pressure combined with high infectious pressure rapidly allows these variants to reproduce more effectively, such as to outcompete the previously circulating strains. Mass vaccinations, therefore, promotes viral evolution towards more infectious variants. Just share that because that appears to be exactly what's transpiring in the real world before us today. Back to your calls following a news break. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A pretrial hearing for 5 men accused of planning the September 11th attacks got underway Tuesday after years of delays. Accused mastermind of the attacks, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, and the 4 others faced a military commission for the first time in more than a year, as the trial has been delayed because of the pandemic. Proceedings inside the court at Guantanamo Bay went on for several hours before the judge dismissed the court ahead of schedule to allow both sides to regroup and strategize. And President Biden is set to lay out a new strategy to combat the Delta variant of the coronavirus. The president will announce his strategy Thursday during remarks from the White House. Press Secretary Jen Psaki told reporters Tuesday that the plan is a 6-pronged strategy that is likely to include encouragement for the private sector to introduce more vaccine mandates. The announcement coming as the nation passed 40 million confirmed cases of COVID since the beginning of the pandemic last year. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Attention seniors on Medicare and Medicaid or receiving extra help for your prescription drugs. We have great news. You can change or enroll into a Medicare plan every 3 months if you qualify, all from the comfort and safety of your own home, over the phone. No one even needs to come to your home. And in minutes, we'll tell you all about some additional new Medicare benefits for you, like dental, vision, hearing, transportation, and more. Call us. We'll explain all your new Medicare benefits. Premiums are as low as $0 per month. Even if you are not paying anything for your coverage now, you need to call our licensed agents to review your plan. There are zero-cost plans available in some areas. Don't wait till next year. Get all the Medicare benefits you deserve. Call a licensed agent today.
800-461-2114. 800-461-2114. That's 800-461-2114. Paid for by Senior Choice Plan.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, aka Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
The story from last week about the incident that left 2 dead at a truck wash there in Arizona. And the update from CDL Life, the chemical that killed the 2 men cleaning the inside of that tanker. The chemical's been identified, according to police. This is going back to, again, the 29th. Danny's Truck Wash in Avondale, Arizona. Since the time of the incident, investigators have identified the toxic chemical as sodium hydrosulfide, a chemical known to be deadly in high quantities. According to AZ Central News, 2 men working at the truck wash were assigned to clean the inside of the tanker truck. First man climbed inside the tanker, fell unconscious shortly afterwards, prompting the second man to climb inside to help when he fell unconscious as well. Firefighters then worked in full hazmat suits in the summer desert heat to extricate the 2 men from the tanker, leaving 4 of the firefighters with heat-related health issues that sent them to the hospital. Yeah, the men were eventually pulled from the tanker. The 2 were pronounced dead at the scene. But I guess my question is, for those that haul tanker, obviously you know what the last product that may have been in the tanker would have been. I would presume. And if you're working at a truck wash or whatever, do you not investigate what may have been in that tanker before entering? Because obviously they needed full ventilation, full masks to have gone in to clean the inside of that tanker. So I'm a little confused. Who's to blame? Is it the driver of the rig? Is it the workers at the truck wash? Or was that particular chemical in the tanker the result of several other chemicals coming together, creating that? Little bit confused, but either way, back to the calls here. Well, good morning, Your Honor.
No, you're the honor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Morning, Your Honor.
I got it backwards, didn't I?
You get it? Yeah, something like that. You say that, you'll have bass hackers calling in. You'll be calling them, asking, invite them to come in. Then anyways, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
Tuesday.
I guess it's hump day. I don't know.
All right.
Tuesday 2.2, 2.0 or something. I don't know. It's something. We're getting somewhere. So anyway, so anything to do with confined space, going into anything that could have a different atmosphere that doesn't have just the plain old, that isn't attached to just regular old outside air. Always know the environment you're going into. They make monitors for that. You shouldn't be going inside something like that. Or you do anything to any type of container, like try to cut one in half with a torch or something. You should make sure there's not explosive limits that are within range of having what you call issues. Anyways, speaking of explosion issues, did you see there was a building in Montgomery County, Maryland that was pretty much blowed off its foundation from propane yesterday?
I did not catch
Apparently
that.
they had a landscaping company there at their main office. They had apparently a propane leak, and I don't know. They said on the news a propane cylinder exploded, but it was a structure, and it showed clearly on the news they had an underground buried propane tank, probably a 500 or 750 gallon tank. That was, the neck of it was shown there. The fill area was shown in the yard in the video. So I would assume they had a leak. And of course, as I've tried to stress to people, propane's properties it's heavier than atmosphere. So it will go to the lowest lying area, going into ditches, going into basements. If you have a leak in your house, it'll fill up the basement area first before it gets to the main levels and everything. But they got, they knew they had a gas leak. They had the people out of the structure, and I don't know why there was still one more either hadn't been evacuated or was going back in. But they had a person from the gas delivery service there, and the gas delivery service person was on the outside, and this other individual was in the basement, and they had some sort of ignition, and there was no extenuating fire afterwards, but the total was pretty well totaled. It wasn't blown apart like quite a few of them usually see with a gas explosion, but there was people they interviewed from Manhattan. They rocked their world. I mean, they said they didn't know if there was a train derailment or truck collision or what happened, but they knew something serious was going on there, and a half mile down the road. So, but anyways, other news, I guess, in this area, zebras. What are you talking about?
Zebras, yes. Were those your zebras on the loose?
Are you smoking something? There ain't no zebras running around in Maryland. Come on. That's pretty funny. So I got dash cam, so I'll be headed back up through there later this morning, be daylight. So if I get any good dash cam footage there, I'll be sure to forward it on. And just paying people for the note not doing crimes. Where's that Mayor Lightfoot? Shouldn't she be right on board with that?
Oh, yeah.
Shouldn't she be finding a way to? I mean, Chicago. I mean, if there's a test environment to pay people to not do crime, wouldn't Chicago be right there on the top of the list? I don't know. Just a thought. But anyways, to get into closer thoughts there, closer to home, I did hear there was one phone caller to the after show there. We might have to get a GoFundMe page set up for him. Can we set up a GoFundMe page for one of our phone callers?
Who's that?
Apparently he had a bill
Hillbilly?
Close to. No. Apparently, from what I understand there, from what Moose was saying, he wasn't affected. So apparently he didn't have the T-Mobile, or I don't know if Moose was affected as well or not. But I guess with the T-Mobile, we had a caller that had a $42 bill, Your Honor.
Whoa.
$42 for being on that conference call. So I don't know what his wife had to say to him about that, but you can only imagine what the princess would have to say about that. You'd be out there doing something, you squeegeeing windows or something there for $1 to try to make up for that extra on the phone bill there.
Are we allowed to divulge who spent that much time? I mean, we know Hillbilly Tex had been on there 15 hours at a time.
Yeah, I know, but now I'm not saying, and it's a good thing his AstroTurf is paid for. That's all I got to say about it.
Boy. Oh boy.
But anyway.
So to add insult to injury, all this BS he's going through with his HVAC system, and he gets that bill. Yeah.
Yep. So I'm thinking we need a GoFundMe page there to see if we can help out our friends out there in the West. But I don't know. That's got to be about it there. I'm thinking. Good to have Knuckle Buster back there. I thought we were going to get a couple verses there, from AJ this morning, but that didn't come through. So, anyways, what else we got? You got anything else good? Sounding a little better, but healthier, but I don't know. Your voice getting a little rougher. You don't sound quite as congested, but you're a little more on the rougher side than you were yesterday.
Yeah.
So you thinking it's going to hold out for the week, or you gargling with salt water now?
I hope so. I'm still kind of raspy, but my voice feels. I think it feels a little stronger now than it did when we first started, almost 4 hours ago. So.
That's a good deal then.
Maybe we'll turn the corner in the next 24 hours. Knock on wood.
There you go. Try to get some rest. I know somebody needs to get a couple hours extra rest for me from yesterday there. I laid down at like 11:30. I don't know. Something woke me up at 3, and that was all I got for the day. So if somebody else got a couple extra hours in the sleep bank out there for me, just let me know. I could use a little withdrawal myself here. Now get lots of rest there. See what you can do. I think Moose had the right idea with the scotch. Try some of that good scotch.
Oh, yeah?
That'll smooth things out for you.
Yeah, boy. A hot toddy, I think they call those, right? Hot toddies.
There you go. All right, Your Honor. You have yourself a fine morning.
They say a little honey, a little lemon, a little Jack Daniels, a little hot toddy. Never tried one of those, but... All right, about 10 before the hour. Plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
That's funny. So, your horse feathers kind of, that little tip of AstroTurf, that was the key right there. Everybody knows who the hell we're talking about now, right? Or just the after hours, maybe. Yeah, Big Moose said, yeah, $42. That's the same guy that mows his AstroTurf. Pappy said, $42. That guy gets the big cookie for the night. He spent a few hours on the after hours line, didn't he? Now, just be glad it wasn't $3.99 a minute. Rather than a penny a minute. Oh, boy. All right, get back to your calls here in just a moment. I wanted to, let me throw this your way. This, you've heard this narrative undoubtedly. Yeah, the mainstream media has been beating this drum of really it's Donald Trump's fault how things unfolded with our departure from Afghanistan. Donald Trump negotiated with the Taliban, and it's his fault that this whole mess occurred like this. Yeah, Biden made it sound like, hey, I was backed into a corner. I had no options. You've heard it, right? Well, here, let me give you an update. As the fallout from the ill-conceived, poorly executed, and deadly withdrawal of troops continues, Joe Biden has repeatedly blamed the chaotic exit on the Trump administration's peace deal from back in February of 2020 with the Taliban. He would like you to believe that this debacle occurred because he was handcuffed by the conditions of the agreement. That's pretty much exactly what we've been hearing, correct? You're all familiar with Bill Maher, right? He's a liberal, but often very insightful. He's got a little bit of a knack for kind of cutting through the noise and arriving at the essence of political issues. In a podcast that aired in late August, Maher asked the question, why did we pull out the security guard before we got the people out of the disco? A little play on words, right? Referring to Biden's unbelievably foolish idea to abandon the Bagram Air Base, the largest, most secure air base in Afghanistan, before evacuating Americans and our Afghan allies from the country. That decision belongs to Biden alone. The Trump administration deal was called the Agreement for Bringing Peace to Afghanistan. A closer look at President Trump's deal proves that the blame for the chaotic withdrawal rests solely on Biden's shoulders. The deal lays out clear, sequential steps for how the Afghanistan pullout was to be staged. The major revelation from the text is that the biggest bases, including Bagram Air Base, were supposed to be the installations that were evacuated dead last after all the American forces were out of the country. As per the agreement, the U.S. committed to withdraw all military forces of the United States, its allies, its coalition partners, including all non-diplomatic civilian personnel, private security contractors, trainers, advisors, and supporting services personnel. Here is the relevant clause. Quote, with the commitment and action of the obligations of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, in Part 2 of this agreement, the United States, its allies, and the coalition will execute the following. Number 1, the United States, its allies, and the coalition will complete withdrawal of all remaining forces from Afghanistan within the remaining 9.5 months. Number 2, the United States, its allies, and the coalition will withdraw all their forces from remaining bases. So when Joe decided to surrender Bagram over to the Afghan army before the American forces were out, he was willfully breaking from the explicit text of the Trump peace bill. Political strategist Ralph Reed was one of Maher's guests on the episode. The other guest was a British journalist and Biden sympathizer, Katie Kay, who spouted all the administration's talking points. Reed suggested that, Kay, how about you read the agreement? I would encourage your viewers, go online and actually read the agreement, Reed says. Okay, read the agreement that the Trump administration negotiated. It was conditions-based. It required the Taliban to break all ties with al-Qaeda, as well as Islamic State, with the Haqqani network and other terror infrastructures. They failed to do that. It also said they could not launch any attacks. They failed to do that. It also made clear that Bagram Air Base was going to be evacuated last. It was going to be the last facility we exited. Why? Because that facility was where we provided counterintelligence, drone support, air support that was necessary to keep the Afghan forces alive. And when Joe Biden, not Donald Trump, when Joe Biden cut and run out of that facility and left 350 million of the mine-resistant, ambush-protected vehicles, armored personnel carriers, night vision goggles, sensitive equipment there, he not only handed the death certificate for Afghanistan to the Taliban, he sent a clear message to the Afghan forces. We're done. We're finished. He owns the whole thing, and trying to blame his predecessor actually only makes it worse. What I said was the deal was conditions-based and it was sequential. So we did certain things after they kept their word. He was not obligated to withdraw precipitously and incompetently when they failed to live up to the end of their deal. Bagram was designed to be a well-defended, secure facility. The approaches to the base would be covered by U.S. forces and aircraft, meaning American citizens and refugees could have accessed this site much easier than the Hamid Karzai International Airport in Kabul. Those were the major reasons. Trump made it clear Bagram would be the last site we held. If we're looking for a smoking gun to pin this mess on Biden, there it is. If he had just followed the clearly defined steps in Trump's peace deal, this entire situation would have played out very differently. And with that, we've got 1 hour yet to come. Lines available. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A pretrial hearing for 5 men accused of planning the September 11th attacks got underway Tuesday after years of delays. Accused mastermind of the attacks, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, and the 4 others faced a military commission for the first time in more than a year, as the trial has been delayed because of the pandemic. Proceedings inside the court at Guantanamo Bay went on for several hours before the judge dismissed the court ahead of schedule to allow both sides to regroup and strategize. And President Biden is set to lay out a new strategy to combat the Delta variant of the coronavirus. The president will announce his strategy Thursday during remarks from the White House. Press Secretary Jen Psaki told reporters Tuesday that the plan is a 6-pronged strategy that is likely to include encouragement for the private sector to introduce more vaccine mandates. The announcement coming as the nation passed 40 million confirmed cases of COVID since the beginning of the pandemic last year. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hello, this is Wayne Alaroot for our newest sponsor, Asset Strategies, or ASI for short. ASI is a precious metals powerhouse. They sell gold and silver. Never in history has there been a more important moment to buy gold and silver. ASI has been in business for 39 years. They've served over 20,000 clients and sold $5 billion worth of gold, silver, and precious metals with zero complaints. Last year, gold saw gains of 25%. Silver nearly doubled gold's performance. Now Democrats are in charge. Green New Deal, open borders, free healthcare for illegals, bailout broke cities and states. The debt is about to go through the stratosphere. The time to buy is now. The owners of ASI, Michael and Rich Chekin, have been my close personal friends for 16 years. ASI is the company I trust when it comes to buying and selling precious metals. Call now to receive a free consultation and a free 1-ounce Silver Eagle with every qualifying purchase when you mention the Wayne Alaroot Show. Call 800-831-0007. That's 800-831-0007 or visit AssetStrategies.com.
An elections reform bill delayed for days by an exodus of Democratic lawmakers is now the law in Texas. Tim Berg has more.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott is signing an election bill into law. The Republican governor telling reporters it's a great bill because it expands early voting to 12 days, noting it's longer than President Biden's home state of Delaware. Abbott saying the bill will also make it harder for ballot harvesting and will withstand any legal challenges.
Whenever laws like this are passed, the first thing the Democrats do is they run to the courthouse and try to challenge it. I feel extremely confident that when this law makes it through the litigation phase, it will be upheld.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And more than 400,000 people in Louisiana remain without power more than a week after the area was hit by Hurricane Ida. Nearly 3/4 of New Orleans have had power restored, but another 430,000 in southeastern Louisiana are still without electricity. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
4 American citizens, a woman and her 3 children, were evacuated out of Afghanistan over the weekend via an overland route by a private group of veterans. In a statement announcing the evacuation, the State Department said that the U.S. had facilitated the rescue, prompting the organizers of the mission to accuse them of trying to steal the credit for their work. Congressman Michael Waltz says that the State Department should be working hand-in-hand with these private organizations. The Florida Republican tells Fox News that the U.S. government has no presence in Afghanistan and should be trying to find ways to work around the post-pullout limitations.
The fact is we'd pulled all of our military assets out, and we should have been going out and getting Americans, not telling them, well, get there if you can. So these veterans, many of whom I've talked to, have quit their jobs or on leave, doing whatever it takes, and they're not going to quit. I mean, the evacuation's still ongoing, not just for Americans, but for our Afghan allies that we promised that we would get out. They're not going to stop. So my strong advice, and I wrote a letter to Secretary Blinken on this over the weekend, is engage these groups, have them into your office, let's celebrate the victories together, and have a public-private partnership going forward, because the reality is we've got no troops on the ground, no diplomats on the ground. all you really have are these private organizations that are stepping in with their own money, time, and resources to get the job done, and that's what we should be focused on.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, final hour. Here we go. So hundreds of thousands of homes, businesses in Louisiana, most of them outside New Orleans, still without power. And more than half the gas stations in 2 major cities without fuel 9 days after Ida slammed the state. There are signs of recovery, however, as the total number of people without electricity has dropped from more than 1 million at the peak, while hundreds of thousands of people have had their water restored, they tell us. AT&T, which suffered widespread cell phone outages after the storm, reported that their wireless network is now operating normally in the state as folks struggle to recover. State organizations, church groups, volunteers continue to labor, handing out food, water, other necessary supplies to those left without resources. Now, the disparity in power restoration between New Orleans, where nearly 3/4 of the city has electricity again, and some of the other communities where almost all residents are still in the dark, is prompting finger-pointing, frustration. State Representative Tanner McGee, the House's second-ranking Republican who lives in the devastated city of Houma, said he's convinced his region is being shortchanged in favor of New Orleans, which is very infuriating to me, he says. Although water was running again in his area, most hospitals in the region are still shut, and the parish is desperate need of temporary shelter for first responders and others vital to the rebuilding effort. Fuel shortages also persist across the hard-to-hit areas in the state. 50% of the stations in New Orleans and Baton Rouge still without gasoline as of Tuesday morning, according to GasBuddy.com. Lines to get gas to power generators and vehicles are hours-long waits. Hours long. All right. Entergy to the rescue. The power situation has improved. In the first hours after the storm, it was nearly 1.1 million in the dark, all of New Orleans, with tens of thousands of workers from power companies in numerous states. Entergy's been able to slowly bring electricity back, leaving 19% of their customers still without power as of yesterday. Now, for residents in the 4 hardest-hit parishes, the number is little comfort. 98% of those residents are still without power more than a week after the storm slammed on shore. Power probably will not be widely restored in the St. John the Baptist parish until September 17th. It's the 29th for Lafourche, St. Charles, and Terrebonne parishes, according to Energy. Talking about 300,000 people living in those areas. Nearly all the power is back up in the capital of Baton Rouge. 27% of homes and businesses still without power in New Orleans. They expect to have the vast majority of New Orleans brought online by later today. Now, once New Orleans has their power restored, Entergy said they'll be moving their crews into other communities south and west of the city that saw more widespread damage. All right, there you go. Yeah, it's kind of reminiscent of after Katrina. I mean, once you get a few days in after the fact, the finger pointing begins, the blame game begins. It's very frustrating. I mean, most of us know what it's like to go a few hours, maybe a day or two in a big winter storm kind of thing. Once you get a week in and you're not really seeing any progress in your community being made, you start saying, what the hell's going on here? Hey, good morning, Hillbilly Tex.
Hey, thank you for taking me back in, Steve. I got a quick update for you. Me and Big Moose been talking, and we have done tested that new conference call line, and Moose, he's got all his numbers at previous callers on the old line. He's got all the names and numbers on that one. And when you go off air tonight, me and Big Moose, we'll be on the new after hours show. So if you call that old number, Hillbilly Tex won't be there. Come on, man.
All right. Yeah, I did. I went ahead. I shared the new number and the PIN number on for people on Facebook and YouTube so they can find it there. Yeah, of course, we gave it out on the air. So.
Yeah.
Yep.
Me and Big Moose, we did check it out a while ago. It's up and running, so we won't be on that old number.
All right.
I just call in and give everybody an update on that.
Well, thank you very much, Hillbilly Tex. All right, we'll chat with you here in a little less than an hour.
Yeah, 10-4. Later.
All righty. Have a good morning. There you go. Ryan checking in this morning. Hello to Rick, checking in from Columbus. Morning, Rick. JS is on the line. That's Jack Shish Kebab, right? Morning, everybody. 58 degrees here in St. Charles, Minnesota. Headed for Chicago. Be safe out there, everybody. Yes, it is hump day, Rick. You are correct. Hey, Steve, hope you're feeling better from your cold. Yeah, I'm not feeling all that bad. It's just the voice. Doesn't want to cooperate. JS also said, my home area in, how do you pronounce that? Tandabichaho, I don't know, whatever parish that is in Hammond, Louisiana. Power is minimal. Gas stations have limited fuel. FEMA is taking the stance of deny. Okay, so does that sound kind of reminiscent of what we heard? What was that, 16 years ago? Something like that with Katrina? Yep. Sounds like it to me. Hey there, Knucklebuster. Hey, you got me?
Morning, Steve.
Copy in the mail. What's going on,
yeah,
Knucklebuster?
Morning, Steve. Oh, damn, that's not good. Just met a car going eastbound on the westbound side right here in the McMaster, downtown Dallas.
Whoops.
That was not good. Yep. Mm-hmm. You know, when Biden points his finger at Trump, he got three fingers pointed back at himself there. So he's 3 times more guilty than Trump ever thought about being there. Well, you know, Biden lost an embassy. Obama lost an embassy back in 2012. And you can say what you want about Trump, But when that guy from Iran over there, he attacked our Iraq embassy, he got turned into Pico de Gallo a couple of days later, did he not?
He did.
Yeah, well, that's the kind of president we need right there. Steve, I asked a 95-year-old man, he's been married for 60 years. I said, you still call your wife honey, darling, and love. What's the secret? Well, Steve, he told me, he said, I forgot her name 10 years ago and I'm too scared to ask her.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. I met a woman the other day. She said she had a threesome. Said there were a couple of no-shows, but she still had a great time by herself, right?
Okay.
Yeah, well, here's another one. I don't know about this one. I ain't really understood this one. Did you know Bruce Lee has a faster older brother? His name is Sudden Lee.
Suddenly.
Suddenly. Yeah. I don't know about all that. My grandkids told me that I go to bed too early like an old person. But I say I go to bed early like a person with a job, right? All right, let's get the rest of this old baloney. Y'all buy some Pluto headsets from Stellar Electronics at 99% noise canceling. Hell, I ain't calling anybody's name in particular, but that noise that some of these people make out here, they need to be canceled, see? Y'all buy some Hot Shot Secret products. It's protecting fuel and oil additives from your diesel and gasoline experts. Put Overnight Drive code in the box at checkout for your 10 to 20% discount for being Sergeant Carter, Bonnie Fife, Margaret Hot Lipped Houlihan, or Wheeling Sunny. And you can thank Mr. Chris DeBelchick for free shipping in the good old U.S. of A there. You got 100% money back guarantee if you get the Poochie Lip over one of their products. Buy them Steve Sommers Overnight Drive products, baseball caps, travel mugs, T-shirts, especially them T-shirts for them women there. Well, that's all of my old baloney for today, Steve. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning. Well, actually, I'll call you on the last hour of the show if you don't mind. I got a real funny story to tell you I can't tell on the air.
Oh, okay.
Y'all have a great, blessed day.
Thank you, Knuckle Buster. You got it. About 19 past the hour. Yeah, here it is Wednesday already, so don't forget, Thursday. It's almost here. Don't forget to join Hot Shot Secret Live, 1:30 Eastern on the Facebook and YouTube channels. That's the Hot Shot Secret Facebook and YouTube channels. Talking about everything automotive. It's the Hot Shot Secret weekly live show. Diesel experts answer your questions, keep you updated what's happening around Hot Shot Secret. This Thursday show live from the Hot Shot Secret studios. As far as racing action coming up, got anything on the slate this weekend? No, not as far as we had the Belleville Street Fair, the tractor pulls coming up this Sunday. Actually, it's next week. Well, one was starting 1 week from today. It's a Wednesday through Saturday event. Won't have the Hot Shot Secret vendor booth there, but they do have the live feed, sponsoring the live feed. It's the Shakedown Nationals at Virginia Motorsports Park, North Dinwiddie, Virginia. The 19th Shakedown, set to take over Virginia Motorsports Park, some of the largest payouts of the year in radial racing's hottest classes. Big Tire Pro Mods, PDRA's Pro Street classes will be racing along with all the small tire radial classes. Pro 275, Limited Drag Radial, X275, the Ultra Street, the Real Street, Limited 235. Year after year, the Shakedown Nationals delivers a lot of action and drag racing drama. Some of the biggest names coming to try their hand at getting into the history books. It'll be live via flowracing.com with the live feed brought to you by Hot Shot Secret. Tune in, watch some of the Hot Shot Secret sponsored racers going after the money. We'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hear the power and feel the noise. NTA Championship Bowling's All-Star Invitational is back for one final meltdown. The 34th annual Enderley Pull-Off roars into Champaign County Fairgrounds in Urbana. Saturday, September 18th at 5 p.m. One huge session of pulling on 2 tracks. Tractors, trucks, minis, and semis will all be there with over 100 qualifiers in 21 divisions. These pullers are the best of the best from both NTPA's regional and Grand National circuits, vying for their share of over $105,000. Open pit area to see these incredible machines up close and meet the drivers from across the USA. AllStarPoll.com has the details. Purchase discount tickets for $20, saving $5 off day of show admission. Ticket outlets include O'Reilly Auto Parts Store, Farmer's Equipment in Urbana, Farmer's Daughter Restaurant in Urbana, and Dave Kale Chevrolet in Mechanicsburg. Children under 10 are free. The Enderley Pull-Off, Saturday, September 18th at the Champaign County Fairgrounds, Urbana. NTPA season finale. Go to allstarpoll.com for more.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Chastain sustains his gains in the rain, Carmen stands and delivers a long sweet note, and the old drag racer is a pulling champion once more. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. 6 Grand National divisions were in action over the Labor Day weekend, and half that number concluded their championship seasons with thrilling on-track finales. Also determined were several qualifiers to the 34th Enderley Memorial Pull-Off, the association's All-Star Invitational. Featuring over 100 competitors, the Enderley Pull-Off will begin at 5 p.m. on Saturday, September 18th in Urbana, Ohio. Get your tickets today at shopntpa.com/tickets, at O'Reilly stores nationwide, or at several locations in the greater Urbana area. Can't make it to Western Ohio on September 18th? Stream it at ntpa.tv. The first title to be decided this past weekend was at the Tri-State Showdown in Wauseon, Ohio on Friday, and it was in Modified Mini, where Chase Richardson entered with a 2-point lead on the defending champ Ken Veeney. 12.5 of the 2,050-pound super or turbocharged V8-powered machines answered the call, and as he has done much of this year, Brian McDonald in very little sanity laid down the first wow pass and led the next 8. Later, Richardson pulled in 10 feet behind McDonald, which delivered Veeney his opportunity to overcome the gap. But he didn't need to count tractors after he blew by McDonald by another 10 feet to emphatically clinch his second consecutive championship. Immediately afterward, on the same grandstand track, the 6,200-pound naturally aspirated methanol or gasoline-powered four-wheel drive trucks finished off their campaign with a similar storyline. Jake Zaring's Fatheads Eyewear entered leading Carmen Foster's Foster Child by 3 points. But with Tyler Cobb's Bandit in the lead, Fatheads suffered from some terribly timed chassis hop and stalled 15 feet behind. And it became a matter of Foster merely executing a smooth pass to overcome the deficit. She did that and some extra, as Foster Child saved its best run of the regular season for its last and kicked the leader cone to 332 feet to clinch her first title. On Friday and Saturday, the Hoopston, Illinois FFA presented Thunder in the Corn, with 3 GN divisions performing over 2 nights. And Saturday night, amid off and on drizzle, the supercharged two-wheel drive trucks came to the end of their road. Clay Chastain's Fistful of Dollars had overtaken Christy Seacrest's Nothing Easy About It with a second-place Friday finish, but would need to hold off 2 Petro Motorsports entries, both piloted by the 7-time champion Jesse. Kathy's Complaint in second and Buckeye Hauler in third. The Hauler would go on to win the night, but Fistful's mid-pack 6th left it a single point ahead of Petro and resulted in Chastain's first championship. Also appearing in Houston were the Superstock Diesels, where Kent Payne and point leader Travis Schlabach traded wins to move 2 steps closer to their finale at the Sandwich Fair in Sandwich, Illinois this Saturday, September 11th. Super Farms also halved the balance of their season, with Greg Fries and point leader Ryan Anderson claiming victory. They'll wrap Saturday in Sandwich as well. So will the multi-engine modifieds and the single charger Pro Stocks, the latter of which were in action at the Stark County Fair in Canton, Ohio this past weekend, where current top 2s Mike Connie and Rob Russell each won once. And Superstock Diesel 4x4 trucks will conclude their year in Sandwich on Truck Night this Thursday, September 9th. More info at sandwichfair.com and at ntpapull.com and live streamed at ntpa.tv with showtimes at 6:30 p.m. Central on Thursday and 12:30 and 6:30 p.m. Central on Saturday. Check out regional action this Friday and Saturday in Roanoke and Lynn, Indiana, respectively, as we identify our champions and Enderley qualifiers in the waning weeks of a great summer of pulling. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Once again, thank you very much, Sir John Dunlap. I guess we'll have a few more weeks of updates, and they're going to be, of course, pretty much closing out the season for the MTPA tractor pulling. At the Enderley pull-offs, right? Coming up, not this weekend, but the following weekend. Should be big. All right, here. Hey there, Steve. What's happening?
Hey, Steve. Thanks for taking me back. Hey, I'm glad you read that piece from Bill Maher's podcast. We talked about that a couple of weeks ago, didn't we? About that airbase.
Yep. And I think that was the key right there that got the UK Parliament to chastise Biden, because he did that. Turned over the base without even contacting them or letting them know, right? He just did it.
Not only that, Steve, like we talked about 2 weeks ago, that airbase was one of the most strategic air bases in the world, heavily fortified. We had a lot of intelligence there. We had eyes and ears on Russia, China, and Iran. That air base was right in between all of them. We gave it all up. We have no intelligence there now. I mean, we have satellites in the air, but, that can only tell you so much. You have to have eyes and ears on the ground. I mean, we had 2,500 non-combative troops there, Steve. Basically support personnel in Afghanistan. Mm-hmm. That's what Trump left. That's what Trump left Joe Biden. He also left him a plan. He left him a plan on the border. He left him a plan for Afghanistan. He left him a plan for the vaccines. Everything this guy has touched has turned to you-know-what. Crap. Everything Donald Trump did, he reversed from day one, and look what's happened. If he would have just left it alone, like I said before, Trump had Afghanistan neutralized. The Afghans were fighting the Taliban. We were there in a supportive role. Americans weren't dying. And the thing is, it was on conditions. Trump wanted to get out of there in 9 months. Yes, he wanted to evacuate everybody out of there. But it was under conditions, strict conditions, and the Taliban wasn't abiding by them. That's why that air base needed to stay put. Steve, I'll tell you, this guy that's in the White House, you look back on history, I don't care what president you want to pick out, any one of them. This is the worst president we've ever had in American history. This guy does not know what day it is, what time it is. They bring him his Jell-O and his pudding, and that's about it.
Yeah.
That's all he knows. It's pretty damn sad. It's a disgrace. I mean, what The things he did in Afghanistan are an embarrassment to the world. And our enemies are on the move. China, Russia, Iran. Steve, they're in Central America right now, Iran and China. We would never let that happen. Donald Trump would never let that happen. They are in our backyard. I mean, shoot, JFK was a Democrat and he didn't let it happen. They're in our backyard, and they're moving closer. It's, I don't know, Steve, I'll tell you. But what that guy did over there, I mean, look at what's going on with our retired veterans, Steve, are stepping up to the plate, going over there, trying to rescue Americans and Afghans that are stranded over there. I mean, private citizens now are going over there, putting up money. Now, hiring planes.
Didn't Jen Psaki just yesterday? She got all pissy at the press conference or whatever, saying that unequivocally, no, Americans are not being held hostage. It's not a hostage situation.
Yeah, I think I sent you a piece on that, and the headline I put in front of that was lies. Steve, all these people do is lie. They lie through their teeth. And like I said last week, I don't know how they look themselves in the damn mirror. I really don't. And you know what, Steve? I do know why. Because they're Marxists. And all they care about is one thing, power. I keep hearing people say, I don't understand why they're doing this, and I don't understand why they're doing that. And why did they? Because they're trying to destroy this country. They're trying to destroy the economy. They're trying to destroy our society. They're trying to take our rights away, even property rights, Steve. It's coming. There's a lot of stuff out there about them taking the property rights over. They don't want us to own anything. They don't want us to have a gun. They don't want us to be able to speak freely. It's all in American Marxism. The whole damn plan is in there. I know you've seen it.
Yes, sir.
It's a carbon copy of what they're doing. I mean, Mark Levin hit it on the head. And by the way, Glenn Beck, I'll tell you, man, that guy's amazing. He raised, Steve, his listeners are amazing. I can only listen to his podcast because his radio show is on when I'm sleeping. He raised $20 million in 24 hours.
Wow.
To hire airliners to go over, the Chevy guy talked about it, to go over there and rescue Christians and pastors and people that are going to be persecuted. I'm not sure how many planes he got out. I know he got one off the ground. I was listening to his podcast one night when he just got word that one of his planes was able to get up. But he worked with an organization that works with Israel, and they work with Christians. People that are being persecuted. They raise money to help these people. Especially Jews and Christians. But he's an amazing patriot. He really is. But $20 million in 24 hours, Steve, to help those people over there to get out. But, when you read that plan, I mean, everything that Trump did, he left for Biden, and all he had to do was sit in his chair, eat his Jell-O, and not do anything. But see, he's not pulling the strings, and we know that.
Right.
There's some evil, diabolical people behind this that are putting this guy out there. And I'll tell you what, Steve, I hate to say this, but you talked about it last night. The only way we're going to get him out of there is if he kicks the bucket. And that would be a good thing for America. I hate to say it, but that would be a good thing for America, because that's the only way we're going to get that damn imbecile out of there. Then maybe we got a fighting chance.
Maybe.
But he's just a puppet. Anyway, hey, Steve, I sent you an email. If you could forward me that number, because I was busy unhooking my trailers. I missed that for that new number.
Okay. I see your email here. Yep. Okay, I'll get that to you.
Yep. If you could just forward. Yeah, that'd be great, Steve. I appreciate it. Anyway, I guess that's all my rant for tonight. I heard you read that thing, and it just made me think about what a fool this guy is. What a disgrace. And what an embarrassment for the United States of America.
Yeah,
this isn't who we are.
Only problem is, the mainstream media is not letting the everyday citizen know about it. Those that rely on the CNNs, and I guess even your ABC and CBS and NBC nightly news, they don't report it.
Steve, I brought this up earlier. You know what they're talking about this week? Because they want everybody to forget about Afghanistan. They want everybody to forget about the border. They're talking about climate change. Everything's about climate change. Every time there's a crisis. Steve, we should be talking about our enemies. Joe Biden should be on, addressing the nation on our enemies. What's going on? What's happening to the world? They want us to know that. They don't want us to know the truth. They're trying to destroy this nation. They're doing a hell of a damn good job at it. I'll tell you that. They are just some evil, evil people. It's just, from the press secretary, look at the State Department. Chevy guy brought that up earlier. They're trying to take credit for those veterans going over there and rescuing those Afghanistan and citizens and the American citizens that are still there. The State Department is trying to take credit for that. It's just unbelievable. These guys are quitting their jobs, taking leave of absence to go over there and help these people. And the State Department says, oh, yeah, it's because of us that this is happening. Bull crap.
Yeah.
These veterans are pissed that we left our people over there.
And they're still bickering about the numbers of how many were there. There was one representative, congressman, over the weekend that said he believes it's more like 500. What State Department's trying to say, it's less than 100. Do they know? I don't think they even know. News break. We'll return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
At least one person has been killed in a powerful earthquake that shook southwest Mexico late Tuesday. The U.S. Geological Survey says the 7.1 magnitude quake was centered about 8 miles from the resort town of Acapulco. Reuters reporting that rockfalls and landslides were also seen in the state of Guerrero, where Acapulco is located. There are also phone and power outages in that state. Buildings in Mexico City reportedly shook, and more than 1 million people have lost power in the capital city, more than 230 miles away from the epicenter. And the Department of Agriculture announced a new grant program Tuesday to provide assistance to farmers and food workers affected by the pandemic. The $700 million program will have its funds divided up among state agencies, Native American tribes, and nonprofits. The agency says the funds can be used by workers who had to buy their own PPE, had to take leave after contracting COVID, or had to pay for child care. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Life can be full of risks. One thing you shouldn't take a risk with ever is your family's health insurance. If you're self-employed or you now need affordable health insurance, you need to make this free call right now and see how the Health Insurance Helpline can help you get it. We specialize in helping the self-employed and people just like you that need affordable health insurance to get it. We have short and long-term health insurance plans, and some even cover dental, vision, and prescription drugs. Don't take a risk with your family's health insurance. It's not worth it. If you're self-employed or now need affordable health insurance, call right now and learn for free how to get it. Listen, affordable health insurance plans for everyone just like you are a free phone call away. So give us a shout right now.
800-470-8021. 800-470-8021. 800-470-8021. That's 800-470-8021.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do.
LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, we head down the home stretch here on a Wednesday hump day already. Well, it seems like we just got the week started, didn't we? Take a look at some of our industry headlines here. Well, I guess we continue the trend we saw in the year 2020. A lot less vehicle miles traveled, and nonetheless a lot of accidents. In terms of traffic fatalities, 2021 had a bad start, a significant increase compared to last year. Late last week, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration released their early estimate of motor vehicle traffic fatalities for the first quarter of this year. According to the report, about 8,730 were killed in crashes in the first 3 months of this year. Now, we're talking an increase, we're talking a 10.5% increase from the first quarter of 2020. Drilling down to monthly numbers, traffic fatalities actually went down by more than 5% in February. However, the numbers went up by more than 14% in January. It was 23% in the month of March. First quarter increase, the largest since 2016, when traffic fatalities went up by 10.6% in the first quarter. Last year, crash deaths increased by nearly 14% in the third quarter and more than 13% in the fourth quarter. Much like the preliminary numbers for all of 2020, fatalities in the first quarter of this year went up despite the decrease in driving. It begs the question, what's going on out there? Typically, when driving decreases, logically, traffic deaths would also decrease. Vehicle miles traveled dropped by more than 2% earlier this year. However, the fatality rate per 100 million vehicle miles traveled increased from 1.12 to 1.26 fatalities. Counterintuitive numbers regarding fatalities last year and early this year suggest a lot of the new driving behavior that started during the pandemic last year apparently still persists. At least it did through the first 3 months of this year. Now, they were talking about a significant increase of speeding incidents, excessive speeding incidents. End of the story, we must address the tragic loss of life we saw in the roads last year, taking a transformational, collaborative approach to safety. Those who design, those who operate, those who build the system, the road system, all share responsibility for road safety. We're working with our partners, of course, to address risky driving behaviors, speeding, impaired driving, failing to buckle up. However, crashes involving a large truck actually decreased last year. There was an estimated 2% decrease in fatalities involving large trucks. If there's any bright side of the story at all. All right, these are preliminary. They're subject to change. Final numbers for 2019, as well as the annual report for 2020, are going to be coming up later here in the fall. Those reports actually result in the revision of fatality totals, and the fatality rates, percentages tend to change. But if you're talking a 10% increase January through March of this year versus January through March of 2020, and I'm trying to recollect back, January through March of 2020, that was a time when we had probably the greatest number of people under lockdown, working from home, children not going to school, doing the virtual learning. How is it possible the numbers could jump that dramatically? All right, to better understand the motivating factors for being an owner-operator, independent contractor, or company driver, the OIDA Foundation and the American Transportation Research Institute are asking for your input. You're being asked to complete an online survey, and that runs through September the 17th. So, got about 9 days left to participate in this. Part of a joint research initiative, this survey will measure what job-related factors contributed to you becoming an owner-operator or an independent contractor or company driver, whether or not those expectations may have been met. All submitted data, they tell us, will be strictly confidential. Survey participants will receive an advanced copy of the full results. According to the OIDA Foundation, this timely research will provide some valuable insight into how drivers could be affected by potential legislative or regulatory actions. Feedback from owner-operators and professional drivers will be critical in shaping the results of the survey. And, of course, OOIDA thanks their members and truckers everywhere for your unwavering excellence. But, if you would, they're asking, please participate in that between now and September the 17th. You get a final timeout. We'll come back, wind things down, wrap things up on a hump day. Midweek coming on here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder, Andy Matoush, firmly believed the American trucker should work smarter and not harder. That's why he developed the Turbo 3000, made in America by Americans for Americans.
To be successful, just install the Turbo 3000 on your truck. Increase your fuel economy, increase your horsepower while reducing emissions.
But don't take our word for it. Here's another Turbo 3000 success story.
I've had a Turbo 3000 on my 500 ISX Cummins, and I've noticed an increase in fuel economy over those 2.5 years that is better than what it had been without the Turbo 3000. I've noticed smoother idle, not so much smoking. For the price, I don't believe it can be beat.
Attention listeners to America's Trucking Network. Right now, as a special thank you, get a discount of $25 off and free shipping on your purchase of the Turbo 3000. For more information, visit us at turbo3000.com. Like us on Facebook or Instagram, or call us at 833-474-7774.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, final moments here. I'm surprised Monkey Gouger didn't much bring that up. Yeah, last night or tonight, I didn't catch the racing action over the weekend, like I missed everything else. I guess old hothead Kyle Busch, we're putting people's lives in danger. NASCAR announcing this past day, Kyle Busch has been fined $50,000 for his action after the wreck in Sunday's Southern 500 at Darlington. According to the weekly penalty report, Kyle was cited for actions detrimental to stock car racing, a safety violation, a violation of the NASCAR member conduct guidelines. They list all the different sections, and one of which specifically covers any violations deemed to compromise the safety of an event or otherwise pose a dangerous risk to the safety of competitors, officials, spectators, and others. Treated with the highest degree of seriousness. Apparently, after contact with Austin Dillon sent him into the wall on lap 125, he was taking his battered number 18 Toyota to the garage. Now, as he's attempting to enter the garage area, they had the orange cones, like blocking this particular end. He drove over the cones at a notable rate of speed, and there were spectators and people having to jump one way or the other to get the hell out of his way. It's like, whoa, dude. Prior to the announcement, Senior Vice President of Competition Scott Miller said on NASCAR radio they were undergoing internal discussions about how to handle his actions. Now, fortunately, nobody got hit or anything like that. It all worked out, but putting people in harm's way for no reason is something we take very seriously, so we're taking a hard look at it. So, I was looking at the video. Hothead Kyle just, just drove right over the cones and damn near hit several people. Headed into the garage area. Comment out, what if he had hit somebody? I guess he'd have been, he probably might have lost his job, right? Especially going over the cones like that. All right, with that, we'll close things out here on a Wednesday morning. Thanks so much for spending some time with us. Have yourself a great day. Be safe out there. Again, remember, our friends in the Northeast going to be looking for more rain coming your way, maybe some more potential flooding concerns, right on the heels of all the devastation from Ida late last week. And again, for our friends along the southern Gulf Coast region, more rain potentially coming your way. As Philip mentioned earlier, got a little disturbance in the Gulf there that later today into Thursday could have a brief opportunity of less wind shear, could develop into a tropical system if it does garner a name. Tropical storm Mindy would be the name for such storm. We'll have all the latest on that, keep you covered when we come back at the midnight hour tonight. Hope you'll join us. Again, thanks for being with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above, but nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream,